Councillors, your attention please. I'll declare this the November meeting of the Toowoomba Regional Council officially open. Can I welcome each and every one of you? Thanks for being here today. Can I welcome back Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan from her absence. Thank you for coming, and also Councillor von Hoff thank you very much for the efforts that both of you have put in to represent this community. It hasn't gone unnoticed. And ladies and gentlemen, today is National Prematurity Day, and that's in reference to premature babies, and from my own personal point of view, it's also the birthday of my youngest granddaughter, who 12 years ago today was born and had to be rushed via ambulance rather than by air to Brisbane, her and her mother, before she was born. And it's, and we're very thankful in my family for the expertise there is in the medical fraternity in Toowoomba for saving that little girl, because she's done very well indeed. And I think today, when we recognise, what we do recognise in fact is how blessed we are to have the medical fraternity that we have around us in this area. Can I also welcome all those who are watching this meeting being live streamed, and thank them very much for their interest. It was just yesterday that we gathered as a group of councillors to look to the way forward, and I think that we recognise the important role that we play in this community, not only now but certainly into the future. And I'm sure that my colleagues learnt a lot from yesterday's, and we will work to make this community the great place that we know it is now and can be in the future. Can I also recognise the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today, the Western Waka Waka, the Jarrawa, the Guybull and the Biggambull people, and can I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, the rich traditions and the bold ambition of Australia's first people. There will be no apologies, I'd imagine, for today. I do see that there is leave of absence required. Councillor Shine?
Yes, I requested leave for a period of a week in January.
A week in January?
Yes, it's a...
Have you got those specific dates?
I did have it. I did submit it, I think, from memory. The week commencing, yep. I think, the 15th.
They're in front of you. 19th of January, 20th of January 21. Would I have a mover for that, please? Councillor von Hoff, and a second to Councillor Taylor. Those in favour? You're granted leave. Anybody else wishing to seek leave of absence during that period? We move then to declaration of prescribed COI. Councillor McDonald, item 8.1 of item 9 and item 9.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I do have as declared last week, prescribed conflict of interest, and I'd like to form the meeting of this as follows. I'm a resident in the same street as the subject property referred to in item 1 of the schedule of matters in progress in the Planning and Environment Court and or in the Magistrates Court enforcement actions. I'll be dealing with this prescribed conflict of interest by leaving the meeting while the matter is discussed and voted on. So it's in item 9, confidential, under item 8.1.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Councillor von Hoff, a declaration.
Thank you, Mr Chair. So this relates to item 6, under confidential, the raw water connections on trunk mains. This declarable conflict of interest arises because a person who is a related party of mine has an interest in this matter. The particulars are: the name of the related party, Mr Kensley von Hoff. The nature of the relationship with the related party is Mr von Hoff is my grandfather's cousin's son. The nature of the related party's interests in this matter are Mr von Hoff is listed in the involved parties, attachment 1 of 2 in the report. At Council's meeting on the 10th of November, it was resolved that I may participate in a decision about the matter at the meeting, including by voting on the matter. Having regard to additional information provided during the closed meeting on that day, I propose to not vote on the matter.
Thanks very much, Councillor von Hoff. Any comments around the room? Not. We'll move to item 3.
I have to declare...
Likewise.
Sorry, Councillor Summerfield.
Sorry, Mr Mayor. Do I have to declare the conflict of interest I had in the Water and Waste Committee meeting now?
I'll hand that over to the CEO.
Mr Mayor, sorry, same question for myself in Environment and Community. That's been determined before, where council's determined that you could stay in the meeting. So if you wish, you can just mention that now. But you have approval from the council to stay in attendance for those issues that you declared in the past.
Okay, thank you. So I did have a declarable conflict of interest in relation to the water and waste item 5 in confidential, and the council agreed that I could stay in the room. Is that all I need to say? Thank you.
And
Councillor O'Shea.
likewise, Mr Mayor, I had a declarable conflict of interest in item 5 of the Environment and Community Committee. So I'm not quite sure what that falls under this regimen here, but the declarable conflict of interest arises because myself and my wife reside in a property which we own in Prince Henry Heights, and the suburb of Prince Henry Heights is on the Range Escarpment. So, and I wish to participate in the decision in relation to the matter. Council has then determined that I could participate and include voting on the matter.
Yep. Thank you. Mr CEO, that's appropriate for Councillor O'Shea to stay in the room. We've made that decision. Yep. Anybody else wishing to declare anything?
Mayor, just simply following procedures of the CEO, just a qualification that if we've done this in the committee meeting and we've by councillors that we could stay in the room, it is recorded in the committee meeting minutes. Do we then need to do this again, even if the item is pulled to discuss?
No, you don't have to. You don't have to declare it again. It's on record previously. You've done it. It was just raised by Councillor Summerfield. If she felt more comfortable just saying it now, that's the case. But we can just clarify that once you've declared it and Council's given you permission, if circumstances haven't changed between the meeting, so it's the same circumstances, no information has come to light that would change that your original declaration or could potentially change Council's decision, then there'd be no need to declare it again.
Thank you.
Any questions for the CEO in respect to that? If not, councillors, we'll move to item 3.1, the ordinary meeting of council held on the 22nd of October 2020. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, Councillor Shine and Councillor Von Hoff were absent from that meeting. Would someone who was at that meeting be prepared to move? Councillor Summerfield has moved. A seconder, please. Councillor Taylor, Councillor Melissa Taylor. Any questions? Those in favour? The matter is carried. Move then to item 3.2, the special meeting of council on the 28th of October. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, Councillor Summerfield and Councillor Taylor were absent. Would someone who was at that meeting be prepared to move, please? Councillor O'Shea and Councillor Shine. Any questions? Those in favour? That's carried. Is there any business that anyone wishes to bring forward arising out of the minutes of the previous meeting? If not, we'll move to item 5, which is a presentation of petitions. And the first petition is to be tabled by Councillor C. Taylor. It's a petition requesting a road upgrade, Steinberg Road, Highfields. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a petition here from Bruce and Liz Boardman at 60 Steinberg Road, Highfields. Dear Madam, I have been corresponding for some time with Council to have the dirt portion of Steinberg Road, Highfields sealed. So far, this correspondence has not been satisfactorily resolved. On 21st of May 2018, I received a letter from Lisa Bell, who is Council's Coordinator Road Operations, stating that to qualify for this upgrade, it would need to meet certain criteria: use of the road, condition of the pavement, connectivity to other roads, and traffic density. The new housing development bordering Steinberg Road is now underway, and there is considerable construction traffic on the road. In the near future, this traffic will be added to by the new residents travelling from home to the Highfields shopping centre. The surface condition of the road is poor and has resulted in 2 motor vehicle accidents this year. In each case, the cars have driven through the boundary fence. A lot of vehicles travel at high speed, and this kicks up an enormous amount of dust which ends in our water tank and covers everything outside and inside the house. As a result of the new housing development, Steinberg Road now connects all of the new streets. The traffic density has certainly increased, and this will continue to do so as new houses become occupied. When it rains, water runs across the road, washing away the surface and requiring maintenance. What is needed is a concrete causeway spanning the watercourse to allow the water to pass without causing damage. That's a petition that has been received and meets all the guidelines, Mr Mayor. So do we ask for that? Do I move that that be received?
Yes, you would move that that be received.
That that be received.
Have I a seconder? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Those in favour? That's carried.
Thank
If
you.
you wish,
And I have
Count-
another petition, and this petition is for the Wilsonton State High School P&C Committee. It draws attention of council to the traffic light conditions on the corner of Richmond Drive and North Street in Wilsonton. We therefore ask council to install a pedestrian scramble crossing at the existing pedestrian lights to ensure the safety of the ever-growing population of the school community, as well as the community foot traffic heading to the nearby primary school and local shopping centre. A right turning arrow on North Street for vehicles heading east and turning into Richmond Drive would ease traffic congestion and ease traffic flow from the coexisting bus zone, as well as parental drop-off and pickups. And that also complies with the guidelines for petitions, and I'd like to move that be received. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Moved by Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Carl. Any comments? Those in favour? Motion is carried. Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I too have received a petition in regards to the...
A bit closer to the microphone, please.
My apologies, thank you. I too have received a petition in regards to the parking restrictions in Cranley Street. Dear Sir, Madam, we the undersigned residents of Cranley Street, Toowoomba, request Council to consider parking restrictions in Cranley Street between Geddes and Ramsay Streets between the hours of 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. Traffic in Cranley Street has increased considerably over the past 5 years due to a number of factors. 5 houses have been demolished and in their place blocks of 4 units per lot have been constructed. A school with staff and students utilise Cranley Street quite regularly. The patrons of a business in Ramsay Street park in Cranley Street. We, the residents and ratepayers of Cranley Street, ask that Council consider restricting parking to one side of Cranley Street in an attempt to improve the safety of all motorists using this very busy stretch of road. This petition has been received and meets all petition requirements. I move that this be received by Council.
Happy to move that. Have I a seconder? Councillor Von Hoff. Any comments around the room? So you've moved to the receipt of that petition. Those in favour? It's carried. We move then to a petition to be tabled by Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. I have a petition in front of me tabled by Rob Brodrib, who is the President of Friends of Escarpment Park, and it reads, "This petition from supporters of Toowoomba's Redwood Park draws the attention of Toowoomba Regional Council to the potential of irreparable damage to Redwood Park from the Toowoomba and Lockyer Valley Escarpment Mountain Bike Plan. We petition the Toowoomba Regional Council to change the Escarpment Mountain Bike Plan to A, exclude Redwood Park from the plan, and B, negotiate with the Queensland State Government and the Defence Housing Authority, DHA, to obtain alternative land to the north of Jubilee Park to achieve the required outcomes of the mountain biking plan." The background to this petition is that Redwood Park has important environmental and cultural assets that need to be protected from damage caused by the construction and ongoing use of downhill mountain biking trails as proposed in the current mountain biking plan. Redwood was originally established to protect its flora and fauna. It has areas of semi-evergreen vine thicket listed endangered ecosystems under the Queensland Vegetation Management Act. It is a habitat for threatened and vulnerable fauna as listed under the Queensland Conservation Act and the Commonwealth Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act. It has significant historic sites such as the Depression Relief Camp, Eagles Nest Camp. It has significant Indigenous cultural sites. Because of these features, there is a potential for significant passive recreational and ecotourism development in Redwood that is incompatible with the current escarpment mountain biking plan. Mr Chair, this petition has 120 signatures of support, all of whom are in the location of around the vicinity of Redwood Park. So I table that petition on their behalf.
So you've moved the receipt of that petition, seconded by Councillor Carl. Those in favour? These petitions will be reported on by way of the various departments in council in due course, and I guess we will monitor that. Any questions in respect to any of that? If not, we move to item 6, business for which the Mayor wishes...
Sorry, just very quickly, sorry, Mr Chair, with regard to that last petition, I, because of my proximity to Redwood Park, have previously discussed with Council any potential conflict in regard to the mountain bike trails, and that was decided at Council that I could participate in all of those discussions, but I just wanted to raise it.
Yep.
Briefly.
Thank you very much, Councillor von Hoff. It'd be a very long bow to draw on that one, I think, and maybe I'd have to consider myself as being almost there too. But in saying that, we move to item 6, business for which the Mayor wishes to have considered at this meeting without notice. There will be no mayoral minute at this point in time. And it's my pleasure now to move to item 7, which is the reception of deputation of delegations by appointment. Marie Adshead is here today, and she's the Commissioner, Queensland Small Business Commissioner, and she's going to speak today regarding Small Business Friendly Council initiative. And I know that you've been interacting with Councillor McDonald over some certain matters in finance. I happened to walk into his room in the middle of a conversation, and I was engaged by you and your partner in the discussion, and Councillor McDonald, and I certainly think that having you here today will gain quite a bit of knowledge about what you're doing for the sake of local government. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr Chair, and thank you everyone for having me. The role of the Queensland Small Business Commissioner was established during COVID. I just wanted to explain in 2 seconds that was the intent behind the creation of this role. However, and I was appointed in May, right in the height of all of these interesting year that we've had. It has been now an election commitment to retain the office of the Small Business Commissioner, so this role will continue as a permanent thing, which I'm particularly excited about because one of the projects that we've been delivering was this Small Business Friendly Councils initiative, which, yes, and we've had some initial conversations with yourself, Mr Chair, and with Councillor MacDonald and one of your staff members who's across the program. But I thought I'd explain what we're trying to achieve with this, why state government is involved, and what's in it for councils, and also what's in it for the local small business community, because at the end of the day, that's what this is all about. So the program itself, God, I'm very close to that thing. The program itself began a couple of years ago in New South Wales, and the Small Business Commissioner there developed it because she wanted to galvanise the local councils around some common things that could be done really, really well to build a vibrant and prosperous small business community. And everybody that I've ever spoken to in local councils, in local government, that's a real priority. And I see that here in Toowoomba certainly as well, and I'll mention a couple of initiatives that I'm aware of that you're doing that I wanted to commend you about as well. But in that time, the program has evolved significantly and a lot of learnings have been extracted, and I'm a big fan of interjurisdictional learning. New South Wales then handed the program over to Victoria, South Australia and Western Australia, and so it's really exciting to be doing it here in Queensland. What it is effectively a statement by the council that it actively will support its local small business community. It's a statement by council, not by state government. State government's role in all of this is really just as a facilitator. At the moment, there isn't any budget, and I've always been very upfront about that. I do have big plans, but in terms of achieving and funding some reg reform that's going to benefit small business. But at the moment, our role is really as that facilitator, and that's what we've been doing so far. So the program is for councils that are like-minded to get together, promote themselves as small business friendly, and there's some marketing material in that as well that councils can use to promote to their small business community that they care and that these initiatives have got an umbrella that they can sit under, showcase their local small business friendly activities and connect with other like-minded councils. And in fact, that's already proven to be one of the biggest benefits for the council that has joined so far, which is Ipswich, the first to sign. So what's involved is signing up to a charter. It's a 2-page document. I've got a couple of copies here today. This is ideally, we would like to keep the charter the same for every council. However, we have had one council in the very far north of Queensland that's already wanted to change a little bit, so we'll make it work for every region. But basically, it's a series of commitments, and they centre around things that I know are really important to this region, which is communication and engagement with small business in the local area, raising the small business profile and capability, making people aware of what's around them, not only just council as a customer of small business, but larger business too, as a customer of small business, as well as the local community, of course. Supporting resilience and recovery, I know that's something really important, particularly right now, but look, in Queensland, we get it all. We get floods, bushfires, major storms up north, etc. So we need to really embed that resilience and recovery as our business as usual going forward, not to mention disruption from pandemics. Simplifying administration and regulation, and this is all about reducing that red tape burden on the small business community and small businesses. And I know some of you have owned small businesses and some potentially still do. The red tape burden is felt more acutely by small businesses with a small team. Small business is not big business on a small scale. It's a very different environment and experience. So there's a lot of really practical gains that can be done in that space, and that's where I'm really hoping to get some funding going forward to help accelerate some of that stuff. Ensuring fair procurement and prompt payment terms, and I know that's definitely a priority for this area, and I do want to congratulate the council on its efforts with buying from local suppliers and that target commitment, and I believe you've smashed that target in October, so well done and keep up that great work. But that's about really putting a spotlight on that activity and giving you an umbrella to sort of promote that under. Promoting place-based programs, what's that about? That's enabling each region to pick something that they want to be known for, that their small business community really resonates with, and for them to, it could be that procurement target. Ipswich has chosen a small business concierge service so that when a small business fronts up at council, mobile food trucks, for example, have to touch 8 different areas of council in order to operate. So having someone to help those people navigate through all of those different touch points within council is something that concierge is already kicking really great goals. Promoting and showcasing small business, that's a no-brainer. And then measuring and sharing those activities, and that's what we call the reporting bit. It's really just a 1-page template, and it's once a year. It's not meant to be a red tape obligation back on you guys as the council, but really an opportunity to reflect on the achievements you've made throughout the year and share that with other councils, and indeed promote that with your small business community, and for us to pick up on it and help promote that as well. So I mentioned Ipswich was the first to sign on the 1st of October when he went into caretaker conventions over the period pending the election, so we were unable to sign up a couple of councils that were very keen to do so. Scenic Rim, we're now circling back and getting those guys back on board. Ipswich chose to sign with their 2 chambers of commerce, and I wanted to flag that because that is something we're doing very differently here in Queensland to the other states, and it doesn't necessarily have to be that way, but Ipswich came out of the gates and wanted to do that. They did that for a couple of reasons. They wanted to make sure that the small business community was on this journey of transformation with them. They didn't want a rock thrower, they wanted a partner, and they wanted the small business community to also have that opportunity of unifying the chambers and giving them something common that they could work on together as well. And that's been really important to them. I've had Townsville Chamber, for example, ask me, what's in it for the chamber? Is it an endorsement? Well, it might be an implied endorsement if you want to read it that way, but at the end of the day, it's council's commitment to its small business community. It's not the chamber's commitment. They already do that as part of their service to the members, but it's really more about that transparent, unified sort of opportunity. Ipswich, just quickly, have described some of the benefits already, and I was absolutely blown away. Best sales team ever I could have employed on the group to come and speak about their own experience. Only in a couple of weeks, they've had enormous change culturally inside the organisation. So they've used the charter as signed, with the signature of the mayor, the signature of the councillor who leads economic development, signature of the two presidents of the chamber and myself, and they've really used that as a clear mandate internally when they're dealing with those 8 areas of council that a food truck operator has to address. If they get some pushback on some of those business-friendly attitudes, then they've been able to say, well, look, we've committed to do this better. We can do better than this. And that's really benefited them already, which I think is really exciting. So I'd happily connect to anyone that wants to speak to the people at Ipswich about their experience. They're very keen to promote what they do. Really all I need out of you guys today is your interest in it, and if you do want to proceed, which I really hope you're keen to do, to nominate a champion inside one of your team in the staff to work with us to make it happen, and we'll book it in. And the Ipswich City Council signing of itself was quite a wonderful thing for the small business community. We had, they did it as part of their chamber or council ordinary meeting. The mayor came and signed it. We had all 5 of us all lined up. It had heaps of positive media, heaps of really positive social media. And the mayor herself, I was at the LGAQ conference a couple of weeks ago, and Teresa Harding couldn't stop speaking about how many businesses they've now engaged with that they hadn't before. And it was all because of this way that they've communicated themselves. So lots of benefits already from that experience, but I'm really just here to whet your appetite, I suppose, and explain what the program is. And if you've got some questions, if we've got time, I'm very happy to answer those.
Yeah, thank you very much, Commissioner. And the last meeting of council, we endorsed 2 programs, and they were launched with the local chambers. We have, of course, being a vast area, we have not only do we have the local chamber here in Toowoomba, but we have many of the small towns who have similar bodies, and I think each and every one of us who sit around this room understands the importance of small business. Very often it's big business that gets the accolades when they do something special, but all those small businesses that feed off that activity that are all through the community, in every community, they're the ones that employ the majority of the people.
That's right.
Now, recently we launched 2 support mechanisms. One, mentoring business through the TAFE in Toowoomba here. Yep. It's coming out of our economic development area, and also mentoring online businesses and giving all the businesses more capability online. Yep. So they're the 2 things we've done probably in the last couple of months. But I think each and every one around this room recognise the importance of what you've presented today, the importance of what you're doing, but particularly the importance in our community of the small businesses, who may not employ a whole lot of people, but collectively they employ an awful lot.
Exactly right.
Any comments around the room? Councillor McDonald, you've been involved in this.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Marie, for coming up today. Just in regard to a couple of things, I guess, and the Mayor raised it around the smaller progress associations that we have, and for council, and I have to say everyone around this table is committed to our local spend for council of a target of 60%, and which is achievable, it seems, because we've done that in October, and we've been very close overall for the year of 57%. How does that sort of percentage rate compared to other jurisdictions you've been talking to? We've given ourselves that target, but I just wonder whether that's underdone, overdone, or about average, and even from the state government.
Yeah, well, state government's target is 25%, but they're using a different metric. They're measuring small, which is anything up. Oh, sorry. SMEs, which is anything up to 200, whereas you're looking at a local criteria, Other councils, I believe Scenic Rim has got a similar target. I think theirs is somewhere between 60 and 70. How they're tracking against that, I'm not sure. But I think, again, that might have a local component rather than a size component. So I suppose it depends on how you approach it. But at the end of the day, I know anecdotally from speaking to people inside state government, they found it very, very hard to access the data, to actually measure that, that spend is not being measured on the SMEs, and I think that was the biggest learning for state government was, you value what you measure, right? So if you're going to be serious about this, we've got to do a better job of tracking that data. I think that was probably the thing. They're moving to a 30% target. Again, in 2022, so it's a little way away. I have heard behind the scenes that 25% is not an aspirational target. It's probably about what they're already spending. So to come out with a target of 25% is absolutely fantastic, because you know what I love about it? It puts a spotlight on the need to do more. And that's the real, it doesn't, for me, the number, it doesn't really matter so much. We want it to be as aspirational as possible, but at the end of the day, what it's done is it's gradually going to shift a mindset inside the procurement and the buying people in the state government to understand why this is important to do. And it's that stuff you spoke about, Mayor. It's that collective employment, the collective economic contribution. And we're really going to be relying on our small business community to pull us out and drive this economic recovery. So, look, short answer to your question, it's hard to gauge, but I really do commend Toowoomba. I think you're one of the only ones that have got such a, well, I would consider aspirational, though it seems that's very realistic based on what you're already doing.
Any further questions around the room? Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you, Marie. That's a really good presentation. I was pleased to hear about it. I just wondered, as part of your role, do you see you reviewing red tape? In other words, forms that, small business always talks about red tape gets them down, and whether there's opportunity to review state, local government forms to try and assist in reduction in wording in forms and that sort of thing?
That's a very timely question, because the state government has embarked upon a program called Launchpad, which is a pilot stage at the moment directly to achieve that exact thing. It's about the form filling in. They've done it for businesses that want to start in hospitality and cafes, is their pilot audience. They're doing the pilot with Logan City and Townsville, and they showed it to me the other day. I did ask if the program came with a prescription for Xanax, because it actually showed that there were 82 forms that you needed to complete when starting up a cafe in Logan. However, that went right through the whole commencement procedure. Like it was the tax office and everything. So it was local, state and federal agency form filling in. When I spoke to Townsville about the program, they said to me, because I'm not involved in it, I just came across it and they showed it to me, and I thought, this is fantastic. To be honest, I'd love to bring that under the umbrella of small business friendly, because that to me is a really great contribution that the state government can make to the program. And that was, the Townsville guys said to us, God, it was such a pain, but you know what? We loved it, because it gave us an opportunity to clean up a bit of our own housekeeping. We fixed a few of our own forms, and it will retain the data so that you don't have to repeat yourself on every single form you're filling in. Okay, not every single form is going to ask for the same data, so there will be variations, but the core stuff, that's the frustrating stuff, isn't it? When you can, why don't they not know my bloody phone number and my email? So that's the sort of thing that I really love about that program. I know that money was sought to continue to roll that out. I'm not quite sure how that's going to land, but moves are afoot, and tackling that's going to be a real big red tape buster.
Any further questions, Councillor McDonald, and then Councillor Shine?
Thanks, Mayor. Marie, just in regard, and we had a good conversation a little while ago around the Back to Work initiatives and the fact that Toowoomba Regional Council misses out either South East or regional.
Yep.
Do you know how that program is tracking as far as the committed funds are concerned, and if it may continue, and is this a role that you could advocate for us on behalf of the Toowoomba Regional Council into government to make us included in it?
Yeah, I'm aware, and thank you. I did enjoy that conversation with yourself about and with the Mayor about that issue. It's something that I've been acutely aware. Prior to being Small Business Commissioner, I was a different non-statutory role, Small Business Champion, and that got raised a lot. I understand a letter's been written to the Premier about that issue, with specifically from the council, which I believe is the best way to bring it back onto the political agenda. But we've got a new cabinet. We've got, only sworn in last week, a new small business minister. We have a small business friendly Attorney General, the previous small business minister, who was very aware of the plight of Toowoomba in that space. So, look, I think that I can absolutely help with some advocacy there. I can't obviously change the Premier's mind, but we can work with you to position some of those arguments, because I understand the landscape's changed and changing, and so maybe the reasons why those decisions were made could be revisited. So I'm happy to help you in that regard. I don't know where the funding is on the Back to Work program. I believe it's part of the program that's going to continue, but I think all's going to be revealed when we get our budget. Yeah.
Thanks.
Councillor Shine.
Happy to keep working with you.
No, thank you. Thank you, Marie, for your presentation today. I may have missed it, but you've spoken about the cooperation that you're receiving from Ipswich and the delay because of the election with Scenic Rim. Have you approached other councils, and has there been any negativity and the reasons for it that might be relevant for us to consider?
Yes, very good question. So, short answer, yes, we have. We have a forum of about 16 councils already that have expressed a keen interest to participate in, August. I got in the car and drove from Brisbane to north of Cairns in Mossman. I visited 12 mayors and 12 council areas, 12 chambers, or probably more chambers because some have many, as you do have here. I didn't get anybody that wasn't interested in the program. All mayors were very enthusiastic. I got chased down the street by Jack Dempsey in Bundaberg wanting to sign the draft, but it isn't. There hasn't been any pushback. There have been some very fair questions about the charter, which we've modified significantly from when we first inherited it from. So my office is delivering the program, but we inherited it from the Department of Employment, Small Business and Training, and it was, very governmenty. So we've just worked with the councils to make it work for the councils, because if it doesn't work for the councils, then what's the point, right? It's all about the small business community in each region. So we've been delighted at the amount of keen interest. Now my challenge is getting back to all of those fellows to sign them all back up as we get into this crazy period of Christmas. And in between all of that, my bread and butter is negotiating commercial lease disputes with COVID-affected tenants and landlords. So that's a fair whack of my work on trying to get onto this thing as well. So yes, very keen interest. I haven't had one that said no.
Thanks, Marie.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Mr Mayor, Marie, is my microphone working?
I can hear you.
Working, yeah. Having some bugs with it. I was just interested in the deferral of the payroll tax, so you would have had a fair bit to do with that, I would imagine. So, and the fact that you're not paying interest on the deferral of the payroll tax. So, do you have any idea how long that's going to be extended for as a measure of...
I think that's all about to be debated, because the extension of the recovery effort as part of COVID, the COVID Act expires on the 31st of December at the moment, but I'm not sure if there are plans to extend that and what of those relief measures that have been in place will be extended. We've got JobKeeper going through till March at this stage, so I mean that's a logical date that a lot of people are speaking about, but I don't have a confirmed date on that, when that it might be extended, but yeah, I'm afraid I don't have the answer at this point.
Thanks very much. Any further questions? Well, look, Commissioner, thanks very much for coming. It's been great for us, and I know that when you talk about us monitoring the percentage of money that's spent locally, I guess for some of us it's one of the first things you look at when the monthly minutes come through to see just how we're tracking. And I think the initiative we took during the COVID-19, where we gave an advantage to the local businesses through in their spend, I think that was a great initiative. We're very proud of it. We often talk here about our new age pioneers, and that's the people who build airports and data centres and you know, great big engineering firms that service the world. But of course, they do generate an awful lot of other activity in terms of small business opportunity.
Yep.
And we're very thankful for that. So thank you so much for coming. I know that my colleagues have learnt a lot from you. We have the connection. Be assured that we will use your position on our connection with you to improve business in Toowoomba.
Yep.
So thank you very much for being here. It's been very much appreciated.
Thank you very much for having me.
And I hope you had a pleasant drive up the hill to where the clean air is and the beautiful tree-lined streets and
I
gardens.
always love the drive up here. I did drive the team slightly mad on the phone the whole way here, but that's, you know, multitasking in this world. I have a couple of copies of our flyer and our
Just
charter
leave.
for you as well. So
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillors, we'll move now to reception and consideration of the committee reports. The first one, as usual, is the Planning and Development Committee, where we'll be dealing in the first instance with the first motion will be all items except item 9. And item 9, of course, is confidential. So the motion 1. That motion will deal with that. Would someone like to move that we, well, any comments and anything, anybody wishing to take anything out of that? The mover is Councillor Carl. A seconder, please. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. That's motion 1, which is all items except item 9. Those in favour? That is carried. We move then to item 9, where there'll be 2 motions dealt with. The first deals with item 1 of the schedule, and Councillor McDonald, I'd expect you'd be. This is your declaration.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You have declared.
As mentioned previously,
Yep.
I have a prescribed interest in item 1 of the schedule of matters of the Planning Environment Court and of the Magistrates Enforcement Agencies will be dealing with the prescribed conflict of interest by leaving the meeting.
Okay.
That's right.
Thank you. Councillors, do I have a mover for motion 1? Councillor Summerfield, Councillor Carl. Those in favour? Motion is carried. Councillor McDonald may come back in the room. Now, do we record that division or record the... Unanimous? Yep. Okay. We lost him. So, councillors, now we'll deal with the balance of that area, and it'll be motion number 2. It deals with the balance in the schedule that haven't been dealt with yet. Those in favour? A mover, please. Councillor Von Hoffen-Taylor. Those in favour? That motion is carried. Councillor, we move then to item 8.2 of the Water, which is the Water and Waste Committee report. And I make reference to Councillor Von Hoff's declaration of declarable conflict of interest mentioned in item 02 above for item 06, confidential raw water connections to trunk, and that matter has been dealt with. The first motion will be all items except for item 06. Would someone wish to move that, please? Councillor Summerfield. That's all items except for item 06, which refers to Councillor Von Hoff's declaration.
Sorry.
Moved by Councillor Summerfield, second by Councillor Carl. Those in favour of that motion? That's carried without dissent.
Sorry, Mr Chair, I wanted to pull out item 7 regarding Hampton Irrigators.
You wanted to pull out item 7, Brian? It's just been moved and voted on.
Okay.
I think, sorry about that. We move then to item 6, which is the confidential raw water connections to trunk mains, on which Councillor Von Hoff, you've declared an interest. You'll remain in the room, but you have undertaken not to vote. Anyone wishing to... Councillor Summerfield?
Mr Chair, that's a confidential item and I'd like to have a discussion on that. So could we actually do that later on in the meeting?
You wish to do that? You wish to have discussion around that?
Yes, please.
Okay. Well, can someone move that be deferred to confidential, please? Councillor Somerville has moved. Councillor McDonald has seconded that item 6 be dealt with in the confidential session later. Those in favour? It's carried. Councillors, we move to item 8.3, the Infrastructure Committee. There is but one motion. Would someone wishing to take anything out of that particular matter?
Mr Chair, I'd like to take that item out, please. I have an amendment to propose.
Item 3.
Thank you.
Okay, so we move, the first motion will be that the report of the Infrastructure Committee be approved with the
only one.
except for item 3.
The only item.
It's the only item.
Opening and closing.
Right. Only item? We'll deal with item 3 now. Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I'd like to move the amendment in the first one, which is that Council approve Russell Street Streetscape Refresh Design Attachment 2 with the 30-kilometre speed zone amended to 40 kilometres per hour.
With the change from 30 to 40 kilometres an hour.
Thank you.
Okay, you have moved that. Is there a seconder? Councillor Melissa Taylor. Councillor Summerfield, over to you.
Thank you, Mr Chair. All speed zones in the CBD really should be the same. Otherwise, we're setting drivers up to be penalised with the confusion around the different speed zones if we're going to be alternating them.
Councillor Melissa.
Examples of 30 kilometre per hour speed zones that have been provided to us since last week's committee meeting are all for coastal tourist spots. And we all know that coastal tourist spots, all people drive slow. And the reality is that if we do make Russell Street 40 kilometres an hour, there's a fair chance that some parts of each day you'll still only be driving 20 or 30 kilometres an hour if there's a lot of traffic around. However, when there's no traffic around, we should be given the opportunity to drive at 40, consistent with the rest of the CBD. Following last week's meeting, Triple M ran the story on radio, and they got significant numbers of people ringing in saying that it should be 40, that it should not be 30. So that gives you an idea that there is interest in the community that it do remain at 40. I've had business people, one rang me, I rang another one. The idea of 30 is not appetising to them. That's not saying that's all of Russell Street, but I did speak to a couple. And the other thing is school zones, which are safe zones for traffic, are 40 kilometres an hour. So why would we make this slower than a school zone, which is considered a safe speed zone?
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against Councillor Summerfield's resolution? Councillor Carroll?
Mr Mayor, I do remember when we two-wayed Russell Street and Neil Street, there was a pushback from the community there too to those speed limits going back to 40. The streetscape here has been done as a shared zone, and because the left turning lane has been taken out, it's been assessed by everyone that for cyclists and cars, it's a better option to go to a 30k speed limit. As has been mentioned, most of the vehicles in the street are only doing 30 now anyway when the street's full of traffic, and through traffic shouldn't really be trapped in the city centre, and there are ways for them to go around. The majority of people in the street of Russell Street support the 30k speed limit, and I'm just saying it is a mindset change that people often don't understand when it first comes in. So this is about a safer shared use, and the streetscape as it is at the moment, and the RAPTAC committee, the last one, and this new one supports the 30k speed limit and actually has suggested to council that it should be 30k's. And most of the consultation that has been done there has been done around a 30k speed limit. So the work has been done there. It's a mindset change that's needed by our community, and I believe it should work, and I support the 30k speed limit.
Is there a speaker for the motion?
Seconder.
Speaker for? Yep. Councillor Shine, you had your hand up early.
Yeah.
You're speaking for the motion?
I am. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. I endorse the remarks of Senator. Perhaps one day. Who knows? I wish you well in your career.
You know that's going to stick, Nancy, don't you?
Of Councillor Summerfield. It was. She has brought to the attention that has been brought to my attention by various people around town. In relation to this proposal, I was wary about it last week in council committee because I just felt that the argument for consistency of speed, of a minimum speed of 40 is sound. It is what operates in the city of Brisbane, where the traffic and the congestion of pedestrians is much greater. It also operates, as I understand it, outside, in Neil Street, outside the Empire Theatre, where there's a great deal of traffic, pedestrian traffic crossing the road there. If it's good enough there, I think it should apply elsewhere. I think it would lead to confusion. People would forget whether it's 40 or 30, and it'd end up being a revenue raiser for the police service.
Thanks very much. Is there anyone wishing to speak against the motion? Councillor Carl.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I would speak against this motion. I implore councillors to keep sight of the big picture, and I raised this last week. I'll raise it again. City Centre Master Plan was subject of a multitude or extensive community consultation to set the scene on what the city, and in particular the city centre, would look like into the next 30, 40 and beyond years. There's been a review of that and an update, and that review has in fact, and it's been reported to council, and there will be another report coming, confirming that it's still heading in the right direction, and that is that they desire a walkable city centre. Sure, if you present a picture in isolation from a master planned community consulted exercise on a radio station that's been referred to, you will get a one-sided view of the world when it's presented in isolation. Having perhaps not being mindful of the master planned exercise that more than city centre business owners and frequent users, the broader community accesses this, and they were consulted at the time under an extensive process some years ago. So it is a good time for council to be refreshed and set the context around that. We do know that as much as 10 k's shift in a speed limit has a dramatic impact on the fatalities and the seriousness of injuries caused by motorists hitting pedestrians. I don't think we can afford one of those, regardless of what Brisbane does, what's suited in front of the Empire Theatre, which is intermittent shared zone. We're talking about place-based or place-making exercises. This could very well be a destiny for tourism, both local and state and interstate. We have some very unique cultural heritage, cultural buildings that could be enhanced by interpretive signage. This is a destiny for people to go and appreciate and be part of that environment. And it will be, I believe, in time to come, more than intermittent. It will be enjoyed because it's a place that's been created that is friendly both to, number one, pedestrians, because pedestrians walk into people's shops and buy stuff. Cars don't. So I feel very strongly that we as a council must take the lead and be reminded of the larger picture of what we're trying to achieve here. School traffic was mentioned. Well, that's a very specific function in peak times for a very specific function to that is exacerbated by school traffic. We're talking about a place-based experience for people to enjoy for the next goodness knows how many generations. So I think it behoves this council and any other council to actually take the steps as part of a master planned exercise as a result of community consultation and broader community consultation. That's why I support it. Oh, I speak against it.
Thanks, Councillor Kyle. The Speaker for, Councillor O'Shea.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. I support the amended motion as same as I did in the committee. I very much understand and respect the points that have been put forward and obviously what the officer's report is, but I fail to understand how the 40 to 30 has anything to achieve what we're talking about when this particular street comes to the refresh of what it is. So the whole mandate of this is into transforming it into a vibrant place, inclusive for people, friendly destination that enhances character and obviously celebrates the character of that area. And obviously supports business and community growth. So to me, I don't actually understand how a 30-kilometre-hour zone, which is completely different to every other part of the CBD, and we talk about big picture and overall with the CBD master plan, nowhere else have we got a 40-kilometre-hour zone. The school zones were brought up. I do think they are particularly relevant in this case because if one of the key reasons we're looking at this is around safety, there's probably no area we want to ensure safety any further than a school zone, and it is dictated at 40 kilometres an hour. So I do think that is most certainly a relevant point. We talk about it being a destination. I think it definitely achieves this as a destination because we've got the wider footpaths. So I just the part of it that I don't quite get is coming back to that 30. As I said, we don't have it in any other part of our area. Understand that a strong process has been undertaken here with consultation, but I do think we need to see that it is concerning that a number of people have mentioned just some of the those that have spoken out against the change. One of them was the Chamber of Commerce. So the Chamber of Commerce, one's the voice of business in our community, and two, it's actually it's in Russell Street, and they questioned obviously the decision to go to 30. So I do think that is obviously quite a relevant point as well. And when we're talking about the safety of the street, we've got raised crossings as is anyway. So I think that is clearly going to dictate speeds as what they are. So I just feel for what the scope of the project is, what we want to achieve for it as a council, what we're aiming to achieve with a city centre master plan, I feel 40 kilometres an hour is adequate for what we're trying to achieve. Brisbane City Council investigated going to 30 and obviously for whatever reason or whatever their research showed, they stuck with the 40. So whilst we don't compare city to city, but I think there's some relevant points that we need to look at here and just ask ourselves, what do we see as the achievement of going to a 30-kilometre-an-hour zone? And for me, my own opinion and why I stand with this amended motion is I can't be convinced, or I don't feel that going to 30 kilometres an hour zone does anything to enhance the outcome that we're trying to achieve with Russell Street. So therefore, Mr Mayor, I'm very supportive of the amended motion put forward of the street remaining at the 40 kilometres or being at 40 kilometres.
Thanks, Councillor O'Shea. Anyone wishing to speak against the motion? Look, in just keeping with the need for just some refreshing of information, I just wonder if I could ask the General Manager, Mike Brady, to give a report on the not only the safety aspect, but also the community's wishes in the work that was done in that particular street. And then I'll allow another person to speak for the motion. Yep. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, in regards to the move from 40 to 30, the intent there is to start taking a lead in where we're going as far as the city, be it the city centre master plan. I think Council Carl fairly much covered off the bigger plan, what we are trying to achieve as a city. The Russell Street project is an enabler and as a catalyst to that change, to some of those changes into the future of what the city, where we're going with the city centre master plan. This week is National Road Safety Week, and one example of road safety that's come out in numerous reports and research is where there is that interaction between, high interaction that can happen between pedestrians and vehicles and cyclists, and the risk thereof. Coming back from 40 kilometres an hour back to 30 kilometres an hour is up to 50% improvement in the potential outcome of somebody being hit by a vehicle. Every day in Australia, 3 people die on the road, about 100 seriously injured. So the road safety movement, the direction where our cities are going, not only in Queensland or Australia but around the world, is to try to bring about a more enabling city to our pedestrians. We've got the walking charter. We've got these high-level strategies that we are trying to achieve as an organisation, and this is just, a first step. As pointed out earlier too, when we moved from the speed limits were in the city to the 40 kilometre/hour, there was that element of pushback there as well and concern, but the city's actually probably worked a hell of a lot better and is a lot safer for our community. It's where this is a start of a change, and it's at what point in time do we start moving with those opportunities of change.
The consultation that was done, how did that break down in terms of support or otherwise?
I might just ask Chris to pop up in respect to that, specifically around the 30k space, but that consultation has been consistent since about 2017 with the development of the project.
Thank you.
Just specifically on the 30k.
Thanks, Chris.
Generally, the 30k has been part of the design pretty much from the development of the 50% concept. Initial and ongoing feedback during that period was generally in favour of the 30k an hour environment. As we progressed to the 80%, there has been some little bit of a change in heart from some of the more vocal stakeholders down there, and understandably so, questioning, admitting to some apprehension about the 30k an hour zone as well. And recently there has been a couple of change of minds and direct feedback given to the project delivery team, stating that they would now prefer the 40% from a couple of stakeholders. There are still a lot of the smaller shop owners that are still quite in favour of the 30k an hour zone. We met just yesterday with the local cycle group as well. They have a particular agenda that they push, but the biggest thing that we took out of that, rather than dedicated bike lanes and wanting separation barriers, etc., was the importance of the 30k an hour zone to reduce the severity of injury if and when an accident would occur on there. They already have some hesitation about that area as well, but that's probably a quick snapshot of that.
Thank you. Councillors, any questions for either Mike or Chris? Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you, Mr Chair. Mike, I just wondered, somebody raised this with me the other day in relation to not so much the speed zone but the speed bumps, and that was, were the bus companies consulted in relation to having those speed bumps in Russell Street, and what impact would that have, and would consideration be given to the height of those speed bumps to ensure that buses weren't hijacked on there?
Yes, on both comments there, but I'll hand Chris and just so he can explain the consultation with the bus.
Thanks, Mike. Chris?
So yes, Councillor, they were. Part of the design parameters were not just clearances for the buses crossing the raised crossings, but also consideration of the swept path and their turning circle, etc. What happened if they lean and come over the bus and location of awnings, etc. So I believe that has been fully covered.
Thanks.
Any further questions? Councillor Shine?
Thank you. You raised the issue of road safety, particularly for cyclists. That consideration would apply for other areas within the CBD, one assumes. Was consideration given to a proposal to change the speed limit from 40 to 30, other areas of the CBD, to have consistency for the benefit of travellers?
Probably more in the medium to longer term. When I say that, over coming years. It was a fairly significant move for this city to move to the 40k zone. And I've, through my career, seen these things as incremental changes with community, to bring the community on the journey, to give people examples of where things are working that are similar, and taking it along. It's not, and it's at that relevant point in time when you do have a project such as this that you can actually design it to actually be an environment where 30 kilometres an hour actually can sit comfortably. Over time, as we go through refreshing our city, again under the CBD master plan, that's an element that can be further looked at. There's probably work in years to come in streets like Neil Street. Just look at the footpaths and things like that that are quite antiquated, that need revamping right through there, that how we as a city want to see them develop, and what sort of outcomes we want to achieve. So it's something that's a step-by-step process. Bringing it in on, say, this project gives the rest of the city the opportunity to see exactly how it works. And if it was for some reason seen to be of a negative impact, obviously there is always that opportunity to take a step back.
Councillor O'Shea?
Thanks,
and
Mr.
then Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
I probably have the same question, so I'll change it. If it stays at 40 and just say for argument's sake that doesn't work out, how hard is it just to change it back to anything? I suppose that goes for any street.
You mean from 30? If it was to commence at 30 and go back to 40?
All I'm saying, if it's like every other one at 40 at the moment, is it such an onerous task that if in the future you?
I think this is where council sometimes has to be a little brave and to actually take the step of change that actually initiates mind changes and thoughts, and so that people can see if we stay at 40 and we will be hesitant to ever take the step to look at 30 as an organisation, as a council. So actually taking that step when you've got something quite appropriate to do it with is an opportunity, and one that the team's recommending that you take forward.
You're right there.
Appreciate the answer. So what are the for may I ask through you, Mr. Mayor? So what statistics do we have in the CBD of injury at 40? Do we have data on that?
No, look, we presently don't have that available. We did present some pedestrian incident data when we had a Highfields presentation recently, and across our region, I think it was in the order of around about 75 pedestrian-related traffic instances over about a 5-year period. Most of those were focused in a city of Toowoomba at various locations, but I don't have the specific data with me at the moment.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Forgive me, Mr. Brady, if you talked about this last week at the committee. 2 things. One, do you know what the speed limit in Hastings Street at Noosa is? And 2, while you're having to think about that, is the Empire, is that classified as a shared zone or is it just a crossing?
It's just a highlighted crossing. Second question first. Yeah, at the Empire. Off the top of my head, I don't have the Hastings Street's Noosa with me, but I could ask Google.
Yep. To say at Hastings Street, Noosa, you couldn't do any more than 30 anyway. Because they've got all the big raised speed bumps. My brother-in-law lives up there, so.
Okay, look, we've had a fair discussion, and I guess that's put the other side of the argument. Councillor McMahon, you wish to speak for Councillor Summerfield's resolution?
Yeah, thanks for giving me the opportunity. A lot of people have covered what I was going to say, but just to add, where is 30 Ks in Queensland? And I note an email from the GM. Cavill Ave in surfers, and I pose significant differences to Cavill Ave and Russell Street. The Esplanade in Cairns is another 30 K zone, which to me is chalk and cheese is what we're talking about here. And when we look at the whole of our CBD and the whole of Brisbane CBD are 40 K zones, I propose that speak in favour of this motion that it should be 40 Ks an hour here.
Okay, anyone else wishing to speak against the motion? If not, Councillor Summerfield, would you sum up, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I think a lot of information has already been said, but most importantly, I think you need to have a blanket consistency throughout the CBD. If at some stage down the track a future council wants to change the CBD to 30, then make it a blanket 30 zone. But having everything else 40 and having Russell Street 30, all that's going to do is boost the coffers in the state government with speeding tickets, and it's going to be confusing for people. And I just think that we need to keep it at 40, consistent with the rest of the CBD. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Summerfield. You have the motion before you that Council approve the proposed Russell Street streetscape refresh design with a change in the speed zone from 30 kilometres an hour to 40 kilometres an hour. That Council approve the overall project budget increase from 4.8 to 7.5 million, and that the increase of $2.7 million be funded by the reprioritisation of Council's 21-22 budget and 22-23 capital works program. I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? 4, 5, 6. Those against?
Vision, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want my vote recorded, thank you.
Just a moment. 1. Those against? 1, 2, 3, 4. The motion has been carried. For those who wish to have their vote recorded,
Thank you.
Councillor Taylor and Councillor Carl. The motion is carried. We'll move then to item 8.4, the Environment and Community Committee. Is anyone wishing to take any matters out of that particular committee?
Just a question. I don't have to take anything out to do that declaration because it's done.
Sorry?
EO?
Sorry, speak up.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just seeking... I don't need to take that item out because the declaration was done earlier, correct? I can...
Okay.
Is that correct?
So we deal with the whole lot, Brian? Anyone wishing to take any out? If not, would someone like to move that the Environment Community Committee's report be received, please? Councillor Tim McMahon, Councillor James O'Shea. Those in favour? It's carried without dissent. Move then to Finance and Business Strategy Committee. Anyone wishing to take any matters out there for separate consideration? If not, do I have a mover? Councillor McDonald. A seconder, please. Councillor Carl. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried without dissent. We'll move then to the Economic Development Committee report. Anyone wishing to take any matters out of that for separate consideration? If not, do I have a mover, please? Councillor Carol Taylor, Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan. Those in favour? Motion is carried. We move then to item 9, monthly performance statement. Councillor Summerfield, yep. Anne-Marie Johnson, handing over to you.
Morning, councillors. So this is the presentation of the October monthly performance statement, which is a requirement of Section 204 of the Local Government Regulation. It should be noted with the consolidated financial performance statement that has been presented that the impact of BR1, which has just been adopted, is not reflected in the budget figures that are shown in that statement. Our implications for October: water rates notice issued on the 16th of October with a due date of today. And at this point in time, tracking to budget, so payments are being received exactly as we would anticipate. Also, implication for October, the annual report was adopted at the ordinary meeting. So the adoption of the annual report really closes off that reporting period for our group. If you look at June, we have budget adoption, then end of financial year, the preparation of the financial statements, which this year included consolidating our controlled entities, then going through that annual audit. So it's a time for us to take a bit of a breath. So after an extensive reporting period, we're working now on developing that timeline for the 2021 annual budget. So if we move on to the consolidated financial performance statement, rates and levies, so below budget by just under 1%, 1.2 million. So I think it's important just to point out here that our water consumption compared with the same period last year is about 13% under. And that's as a result of that reduction from 200 litres a day to 175 litres a day, so which is around that 12.5%. So a bit of extra rain. So we're seeing that in the figures. It's only 0.9% of the actual income. Outstanding rates and charges tracking very well, and with strong evidence that COVID-19 is no longer adversely impacting the level of outstanding rates. So that we're tracking normal before COVID. So that's a good indication of how our community is travelling. And as I said, today is the due date for water rate notices, so we're well on track for that. Fees and charges, 1.7 million under budget. Again, we've adjusted that budget figure at the September budget review that's just been adopted. Interest received, again, under budget. We have historically low interest rates. So when we adopted the budget, the interest was 1.93. That was our QTC cash rate. That is now 0.96%, so quite low there. Fees and charges, again, we've adjusted those at BR. We know our Carnival of Flowers income is 1.1 million under budget. Grant subsidies, again, 114,000 under budget, and that again has been adjusted at BR1. So councillors, what that means, you can expect at the end of November that we're tracking much closer to budget than we have been as a result of these adjustments. Labour expenditure, 3% variance there. Materials and services, 3% over budget. Very closely monitoring that. We have water operations for carting water to Clifton and Clifton Pump Out. Again, those figures have been amended at BR1. finance costs, tracking to budget, but we're continuing to work with QTC to take advantage of historically low interest rates. And I have reported before that we haven't been able to negotiate with QTC previously, but we are looking at, through the local government refinancing programme, assessing all of our current debt and the interest rates we're paying at the moment. So a report will come back to you early in the new financial year when we finish that work with QTC and the actual impact for us. Capital income, again, that 2.7 million, I've reported before, we have 1.4 million for building our regions, 1.4 million for Unite and Recover stimulus package. They're both been adjusted at BR1. Capital expenditure, so we've actually delivered 40.8 million, 19% of the programme, very closely tracking to where we were at this time last year. And with our water projects, which water and waste projects, 86 million of our overall programme this year. We've delivered 80 million with 30 million committed at this point in time. Our pandemic response, 3.9 million or 7.8% of our pandemic response initiatives have been delivered. The announcement of the Nellie Robinson tender assessment is imminent, so that has been finalised and we're just going through the contract management at this stage. Highfields Library project that will close off early December. So we've got a pandemic response steering group. We're working very closely to monitor the programmes and to ensure that they are being delivered as we have said they would be.
Thanks very much. Questions for the GM, please, Councillor Shine.
Thank you, Mayor. You mentioned the pandemic response, and the idea of that was to encourage local businesses to employ local people and enhance our local economy. Have you got any? Have you been able to drill down more on the statistics in relation to what type of workers may have benefited from that response, blue collar, as opposed to white collar workers, and to what extent, what monetary extent, and what difference between white and blue percentage there might have been?
Thank you, Councillor. So we've got 3.9 million delivered to date for our pandemic response. What our research tells us that with blue-collar workers that there is a much higher probability of that money being spent in the local community. So it's a really good question to see the progress of what we're doing. At this point in time, 18% of that 3.9 million or 700,000 has gone to white-collar workers and 81% or 3 million to blue-collar workers. So that's a good indication that that will be spent in our community directly.
Great result.
Any further questions for the GM? Someone then like to move the receipt of the monthly performance report, please? Councillor McDonald, seconder. Councillor Shine. Questions? Those in favour? That's carried.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Anne-Marie. Move then to the group report, Planning and Development. Item 10.1. Stuart.
Good morning, councillors. Good morning, Mr Mayor.
Thanks, Stuart.
I'll just go through a couple of highlights. Basically, Council's economic development staff, along with other staff from economic organisations, met with Trade and Invest Queensland. They generally meet once a year on a formal basis like this, and TIQ actually has a group, and the group is a bit larger than Toowoomba, but it's pretty much the Toowoomba region. This is organised by the RDA, or coordinated by RDA, rather than organised, I guess, the major highlight was the launching of a prospectus by TIQ. This prospectus gives an economic profile on opportunities in the economy of this region, and the prospectus goes out overseas to the various offices of TIQ. So it's a fairly important document. A copy of that is actually on Council's website, and I did ask this morning actually, because there's a bit of an oversight, to make sure that a link was sent to each councillor to that prospectus so that you can all have a look at what TIQ thinks of our region. TRC, and the Mayor mentioned this before actually, launched the digital marketing mentoring program for small business in the region, which is carried through by DMS Creative, a consultant. And also build a better business program, which is being run by TAFE locally. Council helps to subsidise that program along with the state government. Candidates doing that course can actually, if they follow through with the full course, can end up with a Certificate 3, which is something they can hang on the wall as well as take away the knowledge that they're given. There's a joint meeting of regional chambers of commerce and progress associations held on the 22nd of October to facilitate information sharing and feedback on particularly the Community Economic Development Grants Program, but also to provide feedback on other issues that the chambers of commerce across the region may be having problems with or having issues with. It was decided that they'd have quarterly meetings. For some time there's been the ambition to have all the chambers from across the region meet on a much more regular basis so that they can exchange ideas and thoughts. And I think one of the benefits of having Mr. Todd Rule as the CEO in Toowoomba Chamber is that that's become a reality, and it's been well received. Public notification of Toowoomba Regional Planning Scheme Amendment number 20, which is a batch amendment, was concluded, and we had 2 submissions in regard to that amendment. And Amendment 24 also came off exhibition, which relates to an amendment to the LGIP, and we had 1 submission to that one. In terms of regional architecture and heritage, this basic, I guess the highlight there is that the number of searches are continuing to be reasonably high at 192. The rest of the stats are there, same with development services, the stats in development engineering and plumbing services. Again, a bit of a highlight there. The infrastructure charges notices, ICNs in short, amounted to about $3.7 million in the last month. I might leave it there, councillors. Any questions?
Are there any questions for the GM? Councillor McDonald.
Question, thanks, Mr Mayor, through you to GM. We heard from Marie this morning, Small Business Commissioner, around the small business friendly councils. And I just wondered if the quarterly meetings that you have with the chambers could well be an opportunity in which to invite Robin Gray, who is seriously a local procurement champion for our council, along to actually chat with the local chambers of commerce, because one of the success measures, I think, from joining, if we chose to join that organisation or the charter, would be to see our smaller businesses in regional communities and our townships actually get some benefit from that sort of charter. So is that something that you may consider through your economic development branch?
Absolutely. In fact, I understand it's happening already, that there has been approaches made to Robin and other staff members who have information that is of interest to the various chambers across the region to meet. The idea with the 4 meetings a year is that 2 will be face-to-face meetings, in-person meetings, and 2 will be Skype meetings. So there's ample opportunity either way. It's just that it is a pretty big region, and rather than have people travelling those distances, we've limited it to two face-to-face meetings. But yes, indeed, we have approached Robin.
Thanks, Stuart.
Any further questions for the GM? Councillor O'Shea.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Through you to Stuart. Stuart, this might be a bit of a innocuous one. Don't know what
Never an innocuous question.
I was just in the Regional Architecture and Heritage Service, so landscape advice. We had 49 advice actions this month. Now that would be down, if my memory is correct, considerably in recent months. Is there anything related to that? Are people doing it better, or is there less happening, or is there any... Like I'm sure, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, previous months there have been over 100 and different things in that particular area. I was just curious, the number there, as I said, is probably the least one I've seen this year.
It probably is a little bit low. The landscape architect, in particular, we don't have one at the moment, other than a contractor who is somewhat limited. He approves the plans, and inspections are carried out by other staff where they're needed or considered to be needed. We're attempting to replace the landscape architect at the moment. And I'm not sure, certainly my sense of it is that there is actually increasing interest in advice from an architectural and character architectural viewpoint. So, yeah, look, the number is a little surprising. It is down, but I'm not quite sure why that might be the case, because I don't think it's because of a drop-off in interest in doing up Queenslanders.
Thank you. I think just a closing comment, and then I guess that's a good outcome if there's more people that are actively engaging, because I guess obviously that results in less compliance of it down the track, which obviously has benefits to the individual and also to council.
Thank you.
Any further questions for the GM? Thanks very much, Stuart. Would someone then like to move receipt of that report, please? Councillor Harris-Sullivan has moved. Councillor Carl has seconded. Any questions? Those in favour? Motion's carried.
Thank you, councillors.
Thanks very much, Stuart. Damien, Water and Waste Services report, please.
Good morning, Mr Mayor. Good morning, councillors. Councillors, just in relation to the innovation that we've got there, we're at our waste facility, we're undertaking a trial of harvesting the steel. It's high tensile steel inside mattresses. I know Councillor Summerfield has been a great advocate of this for some period of time. We're going to undertake the trial for about 6 weeks and just see what we can learn in terms of where that scrap metal goes, what harvestable materials are there out of the foam and other material within those mattresses. Mattresses don't particularly compress very well when they go into a landfill. They create voids. Eventually they drop and sink. So they're not a great thing to put into the ground. So this is a bit of an innovation, and every sort of tonne that we don't put into the ground is less in waste levy. And the waste levy is driving these behaviours to try and divert as much as we can from the landfills and reuse, recycle, repurpose. So that's a great little innovation there, and I congratulate Matt Torr. He's driving that business unit very well. In relation to the dams, Mr Mayor, very nice to see some rainfall through October, anywhere from sort of 79 millimetres through to 93. Pretty much that gave us water for a month, Mr Mayor, with the water consumption and the evaporation being compensated by the inflows into our 3 dams. So the dam levels pretty much stayed constant through that month. So it's nice to see, but the drought's not broken. We've got a reminder, we've got Perseverance offline until the second quarter, March into the second quarter of 2021, where we're replacing the pump station there, and there's a couple of photos later on in the report. So we're pretty much running the system out of Cressbrook via Wivenhoe, and with backing up from Kubi, Mr Mayor. All of the facilities in October were open for recreation, but unfortunately we had to close Kubi just into November. We had a bloom there which we don't want people to contact with the water. The drinking water consumption tables are there, Mr Mayor. Most areas are performing reasonably well. In relation to, as I go down into the water project services, we took back over fully functioning and testing, and again in the rain event through October it was good to test the primary treatment area there, which is where we've got the screens. We used to have quite wide gates or grates in the preliminary treatment area there, and a lot of that meant that detritus, things like the wet wipes, things like your lost wallet or your phone or your wedding ring, went through those grates, Mr Mayor, and ended up in our kit, and that's not where we want them. So the screens there are very, very good. They're harvesting a lot of that material, and the plant's actually working much better. And what was really good, Mr Mayor, was to see it perform with a rain flow and an inundation event. That was good to see. So the kit is good. The Perseverance pump station, there's a couple of photos there of the low lift pump and the foundations of the new pump station, Mr Mayor. So there's a low lift down in the bottom of the tower, and then a high lift up on the little landing around where that pump station is. I did try to get some vision, Mr Mayor, to share with the councillors. It's quite a dangerous site. We will try and get some more vision again, sort of on Friday afternoons when the guys decamp and have made the site safe, and I'll share that with councillors. In relation to the Perseverance main replacements at Highfields Works, we're doing stage 2 there, south of Dow Road, and progressing very slowly, around 300 metres. It's quite a difficult section to do. There's a lot of population and construction there. Again, in relation to smart meters, Mr Mayor, the intentions to offer closed on the 13th of October, and we're going through and assessing those bids that came in, and there will be a future report to council in due course. There's been some developments with the noise down at the Wivenhoe pump station. We've got a particular Hertz rating down there. We've been working with the resident, with Department of Environment and Science, and we've received some quotations for a noise abatement system, and we're expecting to be able to raise something through November to start work on that and address the noise issues from that resident. In relation to waste, with the interim operations, we've moved at Clyton, been relocated onto the newly constructed bulk materials area. That's sort of a temporary arrangement, and the Clyton facility, as work continues, will be open to the public except for the tip shop, probably around the second week of December. So that's a lovely facility coming out of the ground, and it's a little O'Mara road, so it's great to see that. Mr Mayor, I might just leave it there.
Any questions for the GM? Councillor Von Hoff and then Councillor Summerfield.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Through you to Damien. Thank you for that, Damien. Looking at page, it turns from 4 of 7 over the page to 5 of 7 when we're talking about Clifton, and that there's been some work done so that Class A manufactured water there can be investigations into that going to the showgrounds. Can you give a little bit more detail on that and some timelines, please?
We've done a bit of an analysis of whether Class A is an economically viable and cost-effective solution to some of the challenges that the Parks and Rec team are having down there in that area. The work that's been done and the assessment, we provided the costings to Parks and Rec. I suggest that they'll probably form a view that it's too expensive. That's broadly where my mind is, and that we'll be looking for an alternative supply into that area.
Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Thanks, Damien, for the report. I've just got a few questions, if I could. I did email the CEO a few days ago in relation to the Hampton Irrigators bore being turned back on, and do we have an obligation to report that? It's always been in our reporting system each month when it was working and when it was turned off. We stopped reporting on. I'm just wondering, given that it's running again now, should we be including that in our report?
It isn't in the table there on page 1 of the report. I can put that back in, but it'd be included in the numbers.
Oh, okay, thank you. So another question was on page 5, Damien, around smart meters tender. I just wondered if you've got any idea of the timeline for that one.
It is going through procurement assessment. I know the team were sitting last week, the week before, and they're still sitting this week. It is a complicated tender assessment, and I'm happy to provide something confidentially to Council.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for the GM? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. Thanks through you to Damien. Damien, being last week was the National Recycling Week, I'm just conscious of the great strides we've made from a diversion perspective with O'Mara Road, with the greater Toowoomba waste transfer on the Councillor Summerfield. Certainly has mentioned in the past a 70% diversion rate, compared to Bedford Street was around 35% diversion rate. I just wondered from an operational plan perspective, whether, given the headwinds that could well be facing us in regard to the waste management levy, I wonder whether we shouldn't be setting ourselves a target, a diversional target for our waste transfer, given Clyton is coming on as well, and how, well, basically a view on you from that. Diversion will obviously help reduce some of the costs from landfill, and whether you feel that is something that that we should look at as a strategic arm around diversion. Obviously the mattresses and other things, the styrofoam, are all great initiatives, but are we just keep shooting for whatever we're shooting for without setting ourselves a target of what we should be looking at?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Councillor Jeff. I might just ask Matt to come up, and whilst he's coming up, I'm very happy to set targets for this. We're about to refresh the waste strategy very early in 2021, and that might be the time to incorporate anything like that. We did the waste infrastructure plan in July or August, I think it was. It's a topical time, because as we're thinking about the collections agreement, and it was last month, I think, or the month before, where Council actually agreed to do a collective tender process with Western Downs. So that sort of collaborative approach is where you actually choose not only which bins you have, but the size of those bins and whether you're going to introduce anything else. So you really do lock yourself into those collection contracts when you're thinking about any sort of targets, Councillor McDonald. Matty, do you have anything else?
Good morning, councillors. Just a couple of comments on your question. Firstly, as Damien mentioned, we will be bringing the revised waste management strategy to council sometime early next year for adoption, and that will include targets. At this stage, we're looking to adopt the state government targets, which look to have, for domestic waste, a 55% diversion rate by 2025 and a 70% diversion rate by 2030. Our current diversion rate from all of our facilities combined is around about 32-33%. When we look at our curbside, it's down around the 25 to 30%. So obviously there's a significant gap there that we need to look at over the next few years. We have a couple of key levers at our disposal to achieve that. The first is trying to encourage more people to take up a green waste service. We know that about 16% of what goes into people's red bins is actually garden clippings and green waste, so that's the first thing. The second thing is we could consider looking at organics to try and pull foods and other organic materials out of our bins. And the third that is more the way that the diversion rates are accounted for than anything else is actually the installation of weigh bridges at our facilities, which will be done and must be done under legislation in the waste levy under the waste levy by the middle of 2024. Currently, where we don't have a weighbridge, vehicles are deemed to have a certain weight, and we do know that for Toowoomba Regional Council, those deeming weights are quite high. So, for example, a ute will be deemed to be carrying 250 kilos, regardless of what's in the back of the ute. So, when we have weighbridges, that will be measured much more accurately, and those measures combined should see us look towards that much higher diversion.
Further question, Councillor McDonald.
I guess we have an environmental advisory committee too that's been set up, so maybe that might be one of those tasks that those folk could look at as well to help spread this through the community. That's just a comment, I guess. The other one is to, and I know Councillor Summerfield again has been a leader in this in regard to the garage sale, which is on this weekend, and I'm pleased to see the council's involved in that. It's advertised, I believe, as well on council's website, so that's another initiative that I guess that this council has supported by way of that recycle, upcycle. Perhaps next year's National Recycling Week, council might be able to share some of the great initiatives that we are actually doing during that week and have it as a bit of a feature. Just a comment, I guess.
Yeah, certainly things we can incorporate into our future planning.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks very much. Councillor Carl, you got a question?
Yes, Mr Chair, while we're on that subject, could we also get a breakdown of costs of the exercise of the garage sale, please? It doesn't have to be just when there's a report on that. I do believe we need to probably look at that. What costs are involved, what return on that investment it looks like, and I'd appreciate some ideas from officers on ways in which we may deal with our waste streams in the future around that.
Yeah, certainly in relation to Garage Sale Trail, we're keeping accurate costings of what it's cost us, but also we do get a report from Garage Sale Trail after the event that says how many properties partook in the event and the actual total sales that they achieved as well. So we'll have some very good metrics to present to council following that.
Further questions? Not. Thanks very much, Damien, for your report. Do I have a mover that the Water and Waste Services Group report be received, please? Councillors Summerfield and Von Hoff. Those in favour?
Thank you.
Motion is carried. We'll move, councillors, it's getting close to lunchtime, and I think we'll probably, if you don't mind me making some sort of a judgment here, we'll get through the infrastructure services, environmental, community service and finance and business strategy reports. Then I think it's appropriate then we break for lunch. It's been a fairly long session. So we move now to infrastructure services. Mike.
Still good morning. Good morning, councillors.
Morning, Mike.
Morning.
Some good news last week, councillors, with a couple of state awards with the Institute of Public Works Engineering Queensland Excellence Awards down in Brisbane, and a project that we finished in the last financial year, the Emu Creek Haul Road Bridge at Emu Creek, got up in the $1 to $2 million category. And that was really a very positive award for our recognition of our teams, particularly our construction maintenance teams, both in central and northern areas. Our central team's got a good bridge building team in our central, and they're down building the Toowoomba Bridge at the moment. And we keep our bridge pre-qualification with TMR and that going, and so that capability in the organisation is great to have. That project was funded through the federal government's Bridges Renewal Program, so that was very positive. It was designed locally through local consultants, HIG, and it was in the order of 1.6 million. And the payback on that, when you take in the traffic costs and safety and maintenance costs, is around about 8 years. It's close to $200,000 a year return. So that has a cost-benefit ratio of nearly 3 when that's looked at. So even though it's a small bridge up in a relatively remote area of our region, you can see the value that can come through projects such as that. The other one, councillors, was a project that we finished last year, which is the Empire Theatre refurbishment stage 1 and 2, and the project belongs in our under Nick House's stewardship, our General Manager, Community Services and Recreation Community Services there. But a special thanks to Brad Head, our Project Services, Project Management there. But it was also a good recognition for the Property Services team that were very involved. And the work done there was about a $5.5 million project, but that was done by local Hutchison's builders. So it was great to see that, and that came as highly commended in the $5 to $10 million section. So well done to the team there as well. In the report proper, there's a couple of little innovations that are coming through. Just the use of microsurfacing out in, it's not appropriate in all locations or road sections to use microsurfacing, but if subgrade conditions aren't too expansive and there's just a roughness, a relatively minor roughness improvement that can be achieved, the use of microsurfacing is quite useful. It does cost a little bit more, but if we can provide a little bit better outcome, we do use it where we can in some areas. The other one was the NHVR and where that's heading with their portal, and it was great to see their recent improvement to the analytics that we can get from the system, and they've opened that up for councils to take that on board. That's very beneficial. We get significant applications through each year, and what it also enables us to do with knowing where all the heavy vehicles are over time, it allows us to prioritise which routes we can put effort into opening up as a right for various movement of heavy vehicles across the region if that's possible. So a fair bit of work in that space happening. Some good news with some funding under the Queensland Reconstruction Authority's Resilient Risk Reduction Program and the Kuya, John Darien, Yarraman and Crow's Nest early flood warning systems. So we'll be aiming to put those in as soon as reasonably possible, but I'm not sure there's a lot of these going in around the state, so it will depend on what's available from our contractors that provide for that from a timing point of view. The Toowoomba bus station car park, there's been extensive promotion of this, councillors. Though we did have 9 spaces requested, which is pretty small, we're yet to see any of them convert to being a take-up of the actual use. At the moment, the bus station's running at around about 50% usage on any given day. So we're not really getting the take-up that we hoped. There's been a fair bit of promotion, but unfortunately it's not being realised at this stage. Construction maintenance side, a lot of the renewal programs in full swing, reseal programs, resheet programs and that across the region, and the rehabilitation programs. A couple of significant projects have been completed. Wairima Cambodia Road is now fully constructed from sealed from Wairima through to Cambodia. There's some line marking to be completed, but other than that, the project's complete. Up north, there's a couple of photos on page 407 there of some local low-cost seal projects that we've done in a few areas, and obviously that is quite beneficial to those little smaller communities, which I think is a good program of councils and one that we're probably keen to continue as we see these little improvements across our regional area. Around some of the stuff around the city, obviously occurring with our asphalt renewals and some work out at Oakey on the Campbell Street footpath. probably with project services, what is good to see is the 2018 event now is practically completed. So all works on ground are completed from that program. So now it's just tidying up all the accounts and paperwork over the next few months with the 2018 event. And the other positive thing, our final submissions for the 2020 event should be in before the end of this month. So things are progressing well there. That's a quick overview through.
Thanks very much, Mike. Melissa, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Through you. Thanks, Mike. Great report. Just two things, if I may. One is I just really want to congratulate our team on their well-deserved awards. It was such a proud moment to be there to celebrate with the team last week at the conference. So congratulations to the ISG team for their well-deserved awards. And the other thing, if I may indulge, is I just wanted to make Council aware that this week is the National Road Safety Week, which is really important. The theme this year, the national theme is Pledge to Drive so Others Survive. So this year's awareness campaign is from the 15th to the 22nd of November, and I urge all motorists to exercise extra caution in this week's National Road Safety Week. Also this year, the 2020 National Road Safety Week has added an extra theme of driving safe to and from work. And there is never a wrong time for any business to ask, how can we make sure that our team get home safely to their families every day? During National Road Safety Week, I would encourage all businesses to get on board and talk to their staff about how they can be safer on the road. I also want to thank Council for their initiative to raise awareness of National Road Safety Week by lighting up City Hall and the Victoria Street Bridge in yellow, as well as displaying the yellow ribbons on their vehicles. So thank you to Council for that initiative. Well done. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Taylor. Any other comments? Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mike. I just had a few calls this week, it's not in your report, regarding the bikeway out at Highfields from about Toowoomba Christian North, and it's a great asset to have. Could you just fill the chamber in? Is there any plans to bring it through Mount Kynoch in the 10-year plan that you know of?
Yeah, that project's a Transport and Main Roads project through the state, so through New England Highway Corridor and through that. Look, there's ongoing planning to continue matching up the links that are being constructed. As you can see, the New England Highway at the Toowoomba bypass is currently under construction, and that's another link, and that's basically between just on the hill there, that urban area there, through to Dwyer Street in Hulloxton. There is general plans to try to potentially go around Mount Kynoch. There's future subdivisions and other things indicated on the northern side of Mount Kynoch. So some linkages in with that. And then through the city, they are looking at different potential corridors that may even come down through to our PDA area, those sorts of things. So from a funding point of view, after the work that's done there, there's no specific funding for further construction works. There's ongoing planning happening at the state level, but yeah, time will tell.
Thanks.
Councillor Shine, then Councillor O'Shea.
Yeah, thank you. Just on that last one, has there been any consideration to use the rail corridor as part of the bike?
Yeah, sections of the rail corridor are being considered. There's some, the rail corridor varies in width through Toowoomba there. So the wider sections are obviously possible or have good potential to be utilised, but some of the narrow sections of rail reserve are probably too narrow to try to also squeeze a bikeway through.
My question was in relation to that last item under Project Management Services, Picnic Point flagpole renewal. Australia Day is only about 2 months away. Any progress in relation to the renewal of the flagpole at this stage that you're aware of?
I might allow that. That'd be one of the projects that we're doing for Environment and Community Services. So I'd have to ask through the team to get an exact date of when that'll be. No. I can provide that.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Councillor O'Shea.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Mike, first of all, congratulations to the team on the award for that Emu Hill Creek Road. It's great recognition, obviously, and I was lucky enough last term to be out there with Councillor Taylor to see it in construction and the team. So for the usage of that now, I think that's obviously a great outcome. So wonderful to see it recognised. No surprise, obviously. I want to talk to you about or ask a question just around that car park situation at the interchange. You're right, council has done a lot in terms of promoting this, and I guess do you have, and I'm really disappointed with the outcome. That's not at council, but do you have any inkling? How did we go from 118 tenders to obviously where we arrived at now, and there's only been an uptake of 9? Do you have any? Has there been any reason, or is there any?
Look,
anything?
Probably indicated council mid-year when we were looking at this in a bit of detail. I think where we were sort of 12 months ago to where we were mid-year with the impacts of COVID and what business is doing. I think a lot of businesses have done what we've done. They've worked out other options in their businesses of working from home for their employees, all those sorts of opportunities. And so that's flown through not only with that car park, but even if you go to the Annan Street car park or our other car parks, they'd be lucky to be 3/4 full at the moment. So that's right across the use of our car parking. So there's way more than enough car parking in the city presently. There's probably the other element to that previous request that sort of initiated some of this was there was discussions by a developer to build a significant building adjacent to our building, and potentially they've put that on in a holding pattern. Their particular interest was from a point of view of decant and trades and others, whilst that other building was being constructed, which was also going to have significant car parking element to it as well. So I think we're working towards a new norm as far as car parking in the city. We've got Grand Central that's got over 2,000 car spaces in it itself. At the moment, car parking in the city is definitely not an issue from a point of view of availability.
Just
another question.
Just quick comment or follow to that. I think the point needs to be raised though is that obviously we all around this table hear and understand and know the pressures that we hear around car parking. And one of the big things that kept coming up was around permit-style parking for workers within the CBD. So we get plenty of grenades when it comes to parking, but I think there's an opportunity where we listen to multiple areas of the community. We've provided an opportunity. There's always a lot of negative press around obviously car parking, etc. But I think here's a story where council has offered a service that has long been asked for a long period of time, and this is the take-up, and why or how, or do you know what I mean? Like I do think it's something we need to consider, and I'd hope that it does get some attention because council has moved to the depths that we have to provide this opportunity. As you've said, Mike, there's been extensive efforts that have been done, obviously in terms of how it's been promoted, yet this is the take-up that we've got. I don't think it's a closed book on it, in my opinion, but I just think, I hope perhaps maybe that for the large gallery of media that's here and obviously watching, I think it's an important message. Like, these are some of the steps that council has taken and perhaps, how or why, or why do we end up in a situation where we end up with just 9 taken up? Cool.
Thank you. If I can just comment on car parking, I think you and I worked on it for a fair bit last term. There are no winners in car parking. No matter which way you want to go in the main street or elsewhere, you'll find that there's someone who's bitterly opposed. And we did make an attempt with people who were dedicated car parking builder operators, and of course CBD, there are incentives, and nobody came back to us after the first meeting, so I'm sure. Now, Councillor Carroll, you're next.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, it has been mentioned, but I can't go without mentioning our congratulations to Mike and his team and the C&M team on the Emu Creek Hall Bridge. Along with Councillor O'Shea, we were there for the start of that bridge, and it was a very complex job. It was the first large project for our new, at that time, C&M manager for the North, Siraj Dewar, and it was a very deficient bridge in very poor condition. And I'd actually pay tribute here to the federal government's Bridges to Renewal initiatives, which have allowed us to replace quite a few bridges, and we're saying now Tummaville, which has needed to be replaced for some probably 5 or 6 years or even longer. And we've done, you know, the Lemon Tree, Bostock, and other bridges which are, and smaller culverts which are allowed, which have been able to be done under this Bridges to Renewal program. I actually know from people up in that area that how the traffic's increased and how they have gotten better connectivity from the use of this bridge. But I actually want to really pay tribute to the teams that worked on that bridge, as Mike has always had this philosophy of improving skills and working up our team's skills. And they were certainly challenged by that bridge, but it's been in place. It's made a huge difference in that area, and I really want to congratulate them. Doesn't matter if they were recognised by IPWAQ, but that is really great to be recognised for that. And one of the reasons would have been the return on investment for that bridge. That's one of the things they look at. It was quite a hot field, so congratulations to our teams in the North and the Construction and Maintenance Central as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. And of course, when we talk about recognition locally in terms of engineering awards, let's not forget our former employee, Jed Brennan. I think he won Engineer of the Year, did he, this year?
Jed did get Engineer of the Year, and which was amazing for this community, because he still has a group that provides public infrastructure for our community, but also his son, who won a scholarship here with us, was one of the nominees for Young Engineer of the Year. He didn't win, but he's doing really well. He's working for a consultant up in Barcaldine. He's out of Barcaldine, flying everywhere in a light plane when he needs to. So it's wonderful recognition for our group, our community, and the engineers that are produced through here. And councils like Matthew was guided by people in our ISG group. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mr Chair. First of all, congratulations, Mike, to you and your staff. I think that's wonderful to get those awards. Well done.
Thank you.
Just going back to the parking, I was really surprised you said the multi-storey CBD car park, only 50% occupancy at the moment, which is, I guess it's the reality of, we could call it a COVID casualty in relation to parking. But I wondered if in the new year we don't have ongoing lockdowns and whatever, that there may be opportunity to do another, you said you'd already done an extensive promotion of it. I'm just wondering whether in the new year another one could be done to see whether there's a further interest in that.
Yeah, obviously we can keep advertising. We've done everything from, advertisements in newspaper and radio. So we've spent a little bit of money in that space. As the new year comes, as you say, what the new normal will be, it's very hard to sort of guess at the moment. And we might see that sort of pick up, that opportunity, if things keep settling here in Queensland and in Australia. So it may actually take best part of another 12 months, with the vaccines and everything in that COVID world to see a bit of a shift in behaviours again. Time will tell. And obviously businesses, small businesses suffered in that space as well due to the COVID. So, as business returns, I suppose.
Thanks, Councillor Summerfield. Satisfy you. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, then Councillor Carl, then Councillor McDonald, and post that we might break for lunch. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thank you. Mr Brady, I don't mean to catch you on the hop, and I don't know, it's not part of your report, but the work on the culverts on James Street is finished, hasn't it, up the top?
At East Creek, yes.
You know the memorial there that was going to be part of that package of being, I can remember asking the question whether something was going to happen and make that more formalised. Do you know whether something is going to happen with that in that tribute to the Rice family who lost their lives there, or is that finished now?
In essence, it's finished, the project. It's a state project. At the end of the day, they've decided to leave the status quo being. So that's where that's at presently.
Councillor Carl.
Yeah, just a comment, if I may, through you, Chair, to Mike. Mike, on the car parking thing, I thought I'd chime in on this one as well. All is not bad. It's a time, as we've said in other areas across council, for an opportunity to examine how we provide infrastructure in the future. There are a lot of opportunities for us to be innovative, you just talk about the new normal. What is that? Well, I choose to think that is an opportunity for council to deliberate around how we deliver in the future. There's one thing for certain that's coming out of this, and that is more for less. That's a phrase we're hearing coined around the traps quite frequently. So what is it? How is it? How do we prioritise? And we had a strategy session yesterday. And these are some of the sorts of things that challenges will face us. But I think they're opportunities. Just because we've delivered doesn't mean to say we need to do that the same way in the future. And I think some minds will turn towards some good solutions. And I'm not necessarily saying specifically about car parking, I'm speaking generally. But it's a good lesson for us to examine this in the light of possible opportunities, the way we do things.
Yeah, and that's coming through our car parking strategy, councillors, which you signed off last December. And there's an actual briefing session, information session coming to council around about the end of January, early February, on how that project's progressed to date and some suggestions going forward.
Thanks very much. Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. My congratulations to you and the team and to Nick and the team in regard to the Empire Theatre project. Well done. Great to have a few bouquets thrown your way from time to time. Good.
Thank you.
Page 2 of 7, or page 33 of 71, the third dot point down, transport and drainage planning. Can you just educate me on the consent was provided for the National Class 3 road train prime mover mass and dimension exemption notice 2020 to allow vehicle combinations using the longer road train and rated prime train rated prime movers to access the general access network, gazetted B double network without requiring permits. What does that actually? Does that mean we'll have big trucks going through suburbia? Is it actually through residential areas, or what does that actually mean?
No, not through residential areas. What it is doing on the so it is giving a. This has come through through national harmonisation changes that are coming through through the NHVR, through then state governments agreeing to changes of vehicle combinations. Where these general access networks and B double networks are routes that exist already for for the larger heavy vehicles. So this is another class of heavy vehicle coming in onto those routes. So they already exist, as in through the state system and through routes that we've agreed to through this, for instance, through the city of Toowoomba over the years. So this just allows another form of vehicle, or in this case, road train, class 3 ones, which are probably slightly larger. There's just a plethora of different types, but if you want more information, I can get more information for councillors if you want specifics on that.
I was just intrigued as to what your access network actually was.
It's the general access network for the larger dimensional trucks, so the higher class trucks such as this. So basically, you got your B-doubles, your Type 1 road trains, AB triples, all these combinations. There's quite a number of different combinations. So it's just opening up the networks that already exist under the system as it stands today to another class of vehicle.
Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Through you to Mike. Thanks, Mike, for your report, and I'll add my congratulations to you and your team as well. It's harvest time in various parts of our region, and we've got, considerable pieces of machinery going along our roads in some of those rural and regional areas. Does our team give any? Does our team plan to upgrade any of those roads, knowing that cars have to go onto the shoulder, especially at this time of the year, or is there additional work that has to be done after those heavy pieces of machinery have been on our roads? I mean, how does harvest really affect you and your team?
You're sort of on the money. There's a mix of a number of things that happens. There's a bit of preparation each year, particularly around gravel resheeting and things like that we do in more of those areas. Picking up on, there's a realisation harvest is around the same time every year. So trying to make sure works where reasonably possible aren't impacting in those areas too greatly. So I won't say it's a sort of a set preparation, but there's definitely some works that were completed with the intention of making sure they were done prior to harvest. There's also, you say, what happens through harvest. Unfortunately, we do tend to cop a fair bit of damage to the network through the harvest period, and that can be quite weather dependent. Probably right at the moment, maybe not too bad, but we can. It really does depend on the level of crops that are there. As obviously the last couple of years has been very limited, the cropping across our region. This year it's picked up considerably from where it's been. It's still not a big season, I don't think, but there'd be reasonable crops in various areas. So there is that effort to improve networks in the major harvest areas.
Any further questions? In fact, I think it's appropriate time now to take a motion from you to receive the report of the Infrastructure Group, Councillor Carroll and Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Someone like to move that we adjourn for lunch, please? Councillor Taylor and Councillor Shine. Those in favour? It's carried. See you back here in about an hour's time. Probably 3/4 of an hour might be better. I'll give you a call. I think we understand that. We'll resume the meeting, councillors, and move to the Environment and Community Services Report. General Manager Nick. Oh, that's loud, is it? Well, my ears improved.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. Councillors, just a handful of highlights from the Environment Community Services Group report, noting that libraries are still a restricted business in relation to state government COVID-19 restrictions. It's pleasing to note that we are extending some services as of yesterday, Monday the 16th of November, so some additional opening hours at libraries across the region based on need, and a number of other items there that you'll see in the first bullet point, including the removal of a 30-minute time limit for people visiting our library. So we are extending those services. There was some discussion about this at the committee meeting last week in relation to presentation of operational plans. So we are still reviewing services and programs that we provide and the way in which they're provided, but we are extending beyond where we'd been for the last little while. Councillors, there's been a noticeable drop in the number of community events planned for Christmas across the region. Our community development officers are working with local event organisers and community groups in relation to that, and helping them navigate their way through understanding COVID restrictions and trying to offer events even in a modified way. So that's something that we're working on with the community. And the last point that I wanted to make, councillors, was in relation to construction of the Toobrook Memorial Drive lookout is continuing. There's decking going down on that on the structure, and things are on track for an opening, if not late this month, very early in December. So that project is progressing quite well now after a few false starts this time last year, but it's good to see that moving on. Councillors, I'm happy to take any questions that you have there. There's quite a lot of points there and a lot of activity, but I'll hand the floor to you.
Councillors, anybody have any questions for the GM? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan and Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. GM. Now, a couple of things. How good was the digitalisation of the local libraries, the history stuff? That's a positive out of COVID, I guess. But what I wanted to ask you about, which you know that I'm fairly interested in, is the SAL work, the Healthy Towns Initiative. It says there in the report about the pilot project invites local children in these certain areas to become citizen scientists, undertake discovery walks. So can you just sort of tell me a little bit about it, like how long is the trial and what kind of happens? Who do they report? Who are their local? Present these findings to the local leaders, and what sort of happens from here? I mean, there's a fairly extensive partnership there with all of these different groups. It just sounds pretty exciting.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Yes, I think the important point to make is that there are quite a large number of partners. USQ is actually the lead on this particular project, and we're looking to engage with about 50 children in Year 5 across the region in those areas that I think are listed in the report. There they are: Highfields and Cambodia, Oakey, Highfield, Wilsonton, Harristown, to get involved and help us identify what helps and hinders them to walk or cycle to school, to and from school. So the idea is that it's participatory type consultation with our community. So USQ teaches and assists the children in relation to gathering evidence and data and recording their observations. They come together at the end of the program and share those observations and those learnings, and that's data that we can then use to perhaps guide future works. And it might be tree planting for shade that makes it more attractive and easy to get to school. So that's what the program's all about. The trial's running for October to December, but we might look to extend that if it seems to be working well. And in terms of reporting back, like I said, there'll be that opportunity to come and present their findings, and there'll be council staff and staff from other sectors there. But one of the ideas is to perhaps invite them to present to a RAPTAC meeting as well. So whatever, but we'll work through that and see what opportunities there are. So there'll be some learnings for council and perhaps even DTMR in relation to that. But it's all about active transport and making it easier for kids to walk and cycle to school and other locations.
Satisfied with that answer, Councillor O'Sullivan? Yes. Councillor McDonald next.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Through you to Nick, just on page, I'll get it for you here. It'll be page 2 of 4, or in board books, page 40 of 71. Right at the very bottom, community plants to the public program has progressed well with higher than expected demand, requiring the further ordering of stock to finalise the October-November round. Nick, I'm just wondering whether, and I think we did some work on this in the past, but whether it's timely for us to consider, given the Ramsay Street nursery shifting out to the Charlton Depot, whether we should reconsider how that program is delivered and perhaps look at other methods of delivery, whether it be through a collaboration with private nurseries in other townships, so that we can, obviously assist them, but also have the right plants in the right environment for those particular towns. Just a comment, if you could.
I think it's a great idea, Councillor McDonald. I welcome that suggestion. In fact, it's something that we had looked at it in the past, quite a number of years ago. I'm not even going to try and put a figure on it. It might be a couple of terms of council ago when we had a look at some of those things, and that was one of our suggestions. And at the time, there wasn't an appetite to go down that path. So I think there's a great opportunity for us to review that now. It's certainly, the team is talking about that, and it's on their list of services to have a look at under the service delivery review banner, but something that we can do at any time. So that's certainly an option that they're considering, along with a couple of others. So we'll do the work on that and bring it back to council at the appropriate time for your feedback.
That'd be good. Thanks.
Next question, Councillor Shine.
Thanks, Mayor. Nick, I was interested to hear your comments in relation to the resumption of increased hours for libraries. That matter is a matter of some apprehension, particularly in country areas that we've struck. People are a little bit sceptical as to whether or not the hours will actually go back to pre-COVID hours. Are you in a position to give an assurance to the residents of the region as a whole that that's likely to happen, that we will resume pre-COVID hours of operation for our libraries when we're able to?
It's a great question, Councillor Shine, and at the risk of being blunt, no, I wouldn't give that assurance. I think the service delivery review is a consideration for us in relation to all the services that we're providing, and libraries are at the forefront of that, and COVID's brought that on for us. It is true that we've had to close those facilities and manage our reopening in line with COVID requirements, but it's front and centre and forefront of our minds to review the services that we provide, the opening hours, the programs and activities, and there's an opportunity for us, rather than just go back to the way things were without having a good think about what we do and how we do it. It's a great opportunity for us to do that and bring that back to council for feedback.
Well, can I ask for a follow-on?
Sure.
Do you anticipate any consultation with those local communities as to what might be the preferred hours that will operate into the future?
Certainly, that would definitely have to be part of what we do. There's some work for us to do internally before we get to that point, but community feedback's very important. I think there are some industry benchmarks around access to libraries for community, and it's a fairly blunt benchmark, but it's based on population and hours of access or hours of opening from libraries per 1,000 people, and in many instances our pre-COVID provision in terms of opening hours far exceeded those benchmarks. I think COVID has taught us a lot too around the shift to online resources and electronic resources, and we did talk about that last week in reviewing the operational plan update. So we had set ourselves what we thought was quite a high target at the start of the year, which was far in excess of what we'd done previously. but our performance is some 2.5 times what that target was, which we thought was a pretty, well, maybe not a stretch target, but quite an ambitious target in the first place. So seeing a dramatic change in library members' behaviour and access to facilities, that's not to say certainly can't be replaced. Physical access can't be replaced with online, but there is definitely a shift occurring that we need to take into account.
Thank you.
Councillor Carroll.
Mr Mayor, through you to the General Manager, that fills me with alarm. I've got to say, following on from Councillor Shine's questions, that anything should be measured by the number of people that are there. A lot of areas, I know in the area where I live, our council paid money to Toowoomba to help keep the library open here and never ended up with a library. So they end up with a couple of visits from a mobile library. I don't think that any opening hours should be guided by what's happening through this COVID pandemic, and we haven't even got our libraries open fully to actually assess how people's behaviours have changed. And at the end of the day, I mean, the people who use the library most are the young and the older, and it's not... a book in your hand is certainly far better than a book on a screen, and in Europe they're finding that. And I think that it would be premature to even think that that might be the case, because I think as soon as the library doors are open, I think you'll find that most people will be very happy to get back in there. Now, as to the hours, I guess that I would be very alarmed to see that because there's only 500 people live in an area, that they would have a minuscule lot of hours that are open. Not sure that that correlates. It's the same with swimming pools and other things. We have a social obligation. We have a duty of care to our people, and one of the only things some people feel that they get for their money is a road and a library or a swimming pool. So I'd urge caution there, because it actually fills me with alarm.
Councillor Von Hoff, or did you wish to make a comment in respect to that? Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Through you to Nick. Thanks for the report, Nick. 2 points. The first is that last week we received, the local disaster management group received an update on Operation Coolburn, and it was a really terrific report to hear from the QFS and the Rural Fire Service, as well as from Toowoomba Regional Council, just how much work was done over Operation Coolburn. And as I said then, you know, we can see it with our own eyes, but then to have the metrics there. And I think that it would be beneficial for all of council, given the interest in that work, if they could also receive a report into Operation Coolburn for 2020, and then have a discussion about those plans for 21, because it has been a real undertaking by a lot of people in our community, and I think the results have been really worth celebrating and acknowledging. And then the second point is, under your parks operations there, I see that there's work afoot to do some upgrades and some sort of beautification, really, around Pittsworth. Oakey's been done. There's plans for Yarraman and Crow's Nest. And I just wanted to say that I'm sure that that's going to be very well received and appreciatively received from those communities. And I know that, for instance, at Crow's Nest, the Crow's Nest Progress and Tourist Association has started that volunteer group to work with council and make the entrance to these beautiful regional towns that we have here something that they feel really proud of. So again, I just really draw attention to that and commend that work.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Nick. Councillor Von Hoff mentioned most of my points. Really just to sing the praises of some good work. The library restrictions is a good news story. They've come off, and there was when the media went out about this, a real lot of people saying, thank goodness I've missed it, and it's a really good initiative to see people back in our libraries. I also wanted... Operation Coolburn was a huge task, and then we've gone over and above with burns at Crow's Nest and Millmerran that have been very well received. And I also wanted to, I know it's been said exactly the same thing, but The garden beds in Oakey have been needed for some time, and I thank the Landcare Group for being involved. And the Crow's Nest entrance with some flowers, and they're kind of we're wandering around, you know, Carnival and that main village square they have up there. Can't we have a bit of ground cover? And I thank you that that's been completed. My question, I suppose, is look, when we have all the lovely little animals that call Toowoomba region home, sometimes when they get a bit many of one particular variety, it's a tough job to remove them. And there was some media this morning around wild dog mating, and I noticed that we are moving into the ibis population at the waterbird habitat. And I just wonder what the plans are around there. I've seen some interesting works for in London when they're trying to get rid of the pigeons. They got large carnivorous eagle bird things to fly over, and is that the kind of technique we're using in the waterbird habitat here? Or?
I'm not sure that will be the technique that we'll employ here, Councillor McMahon. It's a little bit early to say just yet. We've got consultants engaged to give us some advice about the best way to do that. Of course, they are protected under the Nature Conservation Act, and we have to be careful about how we manage the issue. There's things we can do and things we can't do, and that's why we've engaged an expert to help us develop a strategy there. It's a problem that existed at the waterbird habitat once upon a time, quite a number of years ago, so we've dealt with it before, and it happens with other species as well. Ibis is just the latest one, so we've got the right people on board, and we'll come up with a plan.
In respect to that, I was talking to somebody a couple of days ago, and they'd gone to Lake Annan for a picnic. They love going to Lake Annan for a picnic, and the big complaint was there were no ducks. So what have you done, Nick?
Every morning when I drop my kids at school at St Joey's, I see plenty of ducks. I saw a family there just last week, so
I'll have to go back and get a bit more information out of these particular individuals, but they were disappointed.
A new emerging issue. I know there's a mate I go walking with in the morning. He's missing the goose from the Alderley Street detention base, and we don't know where Goosey Gander's gone, but he probably shouldn't have been there.
Having a conversation with former Councillor Ramia recently about the ducks at Lake Annan, I believe there was a very, very interesting incident some time ago when you tried to remove them all. The person that got them brought them all back again, let them loose again, and quite a while ago. Look, can I just report that I had a phone call. I rang John Welke, the District Inspector for Fire. Recently, you might have seen an article in the Chronicle suggesting that there'd been a couple of fires, and there was a bit of stuff going on Facebook about how bad it was and a bit of criticism. 2 fires in the Kuya area, both of them are well and truly under control, being managed at the moment by the property owners. So I think they did get the resources in to stop them very quickly. So that's something we ought to be thankful for. Any further comments? If not, would someone like to move the Environment and Community Services Group report be received, please? Councillor O'Shea and Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? Motion is carried. Thank you, Nick. Now, back to Anne-Marie, Finance and Business Strategy.
Good afternoon, councillors. Just a couple of highlights from Finance and Business Strategy Group. I mentioned a couple of months ago that we were working on implementing remote top-up of the Rydan facility, so that's all working really well, operating away. Our Digital and Creative Services team had a busy month finalising the annual report and the associated website with that one, and also released the November-December edition of Bold. So busy time for the team. Moving on to ICT, the new network core connectivity has been established at the Pulse Data Centre, out at Wellcamp. And this facility, this will help to transition the decommissioning works from the Harristown, which we expect to be vacating in full March next year. And moving on to people and organisational development, we've had Safe Work Month held in a different format this year because of social distancing and COVID requirements. But despite the limitations, we've had a very good outcome there. Council came ninth in the annual Council Blood Challenge with 118 donations. So this average, every donation saves 3 lives, so Council effectively saved approximately 350 lives, so a good outcome. We have also retained the Office of the Federal Safety Commission accreditation. So there are only 4 councils nationally that have this accreditation. So it's a great achievement for our safety team. Moving on to customer service, and you can see a target of 68 for the inbound call average in seconds, and we're down to 52. So we've had a bit of a deterioration in that number. But if you look down in the information there's been a lot of queries throughout the month. Water tank rebates, which we've acted on as part of BR1, Amendment 17 inquiries, and polling inquiries, which is usually what council experiences around this time. Onto the financial services report and water rate notices, as we have reported earlier on. And our big announcement for the month really is that 64% of supplier spend for October was to local suppliers. So that's really a significant figure there that has been well acknowledged. And from the SIB team, the T1 cloud transition has commenced. So we're very excited to be moving forward with that project.
Okay, questions for the GM? Councillor Summerfield.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Anne-Marie. Just on page 2 in the pod section, lost time injury was 5 for the month compared to 13 for the year to date. I just wondered why there might have been a spike there, whether there was some issue or rectified.
And certainly, thank you for the question, councillors. ELT review lost time injuries on a weekly basis, and we do have information around that, and I'm happy to forward you that information.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Shine.
Thanks, Anne-Marie. You referred to the monthly performance activity with respect to the service operations. Somewhat of a mixed bag. Some things were really good. Others, a few X marks there. Do you think, because of the reasons set out in dot point 1 about the inquiries about the election, state election, various other things that I mentioned there, do you think it's a one-off, or do you think there's a trend developing? And if so, what can we do about it?
I think it's a one-off, and we certainly set ourselves stretch targets, and I think the 60% local supplier spend is an example of that. I think we heard the Commissioner talk earlier on about a 25% target set with the state government. So we set ourselves stretch targets to do the best we can in the community. So this will be very closely monitored. We have had some vacancies in this area, which have been filled recently. But I'm confident that we will achieve the targets that we have set ourselves.
I think, if I might just comment, anyone who's been there, and the councillors have been there, Councillor Von Hoff and McDonald and myself and others, are always impressed by their efficiency and their knowledge and capacity to attend to the multitude of inquiries that they do receive.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor McDonald, and then Councillor Taylor.
Just very quickly, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to you, Anne-Marie. You did mention, Anne-Marie, the Office of the Federal Safety Commission, OFSC, the accreditation. There's only 4 councils nationally that have that accreditation, and which I think is a remarkable achievement, I would have thought, based on what that is. And around safety, that's critically important for our staff. But is there not and also a flow-on effect for us from an insurance perspective, perhaps, that can be recognised in our financials?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Yes, there certainly is. This strong result in safety has, as you say, looking after our staff first, but there are also financial implications, and we saw a savings over $100,000 in our work cover insurance as a result of achievements such as this.
Yeah, that's a big advantage, isn't it?
It is, certainly.
Any further questions for the GM? Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Not a question as such, but a comment. Council continues to develop its own people through, I see there the LGMA Rural Challenge at Highfields and the generator program involved. So congratulations there. That's virtually a whole of council, but in your custodianship. So it's wonderful. Some areas are hard to get people, so if you develop your own, it's really great. And this is well on the way to doing that. We don't know how they went yet, obviously.
No, but certainly
it's a really good experience for them and for the whole team, I think, to have them there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor
Just a comment, and the General Manager mentioned it, but I think it is worth acknowledging again this month, as I tend to do each month, the local spend, be it 64%. And I'm just wondering, Anne-Marie, it was down a little bit in September, though overall is 56% for the year to date, which is a pretty solid effort. But I think if you just move past the percentages and look at the dollar terms, in October alone, $14.9 million into our local businesses. You know, that number is a significant number. When you wind the clock right back to 2012, when the overall was nearly double that for the whole year. So it's a significant spend. So I just wanted to pass on again our thanks to Robin, her team, but also the organisation, because this is about culture as well as this table setting strategy. And we've heard about it today from the Small Business Commissioner, that buy-in from staff who are actually ordering goods is critically important. So it's filtering through and it's obviously working, which is great. So pass on our congratulations.
Thank you.
Any further questions? If not, would someone like to move that the Finance and Business Strategy Group report be received, please? Councillor McDonald. Seconder, please. Seconder, please. Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion is carried. Just for your information, my inquiry about ducks in the previous GM's report has been answered by my PA, who's just been found that the ducks are back. There's 20 ducks counted as a result of concerns that we expressed on Monday morning. They've been counted and they're all there.
Are they all in a row?
No.
Yeah, I heard that actually.
I didn't give him too much detail except the number. So that's good. Councillors, we'll move down to item 11, which is the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report. I'll hand over to CEO Brian.
Good afternoon, councillors. I've given you that written report there for you to go through in more detail. I'll just touch on a few points as we go through. The first one is the strategic risk management review we're doing, starting at the executive level, identifying the 10 greatest risks to this organisation achieving what it's here for. So we've just started that workshop. That's been completed. Worked through that with our Enterprise Risk Management Officer and KPMG, who are facilitating that process. We've developed a draft list of 10 at this point in time that we believe they're critical to the success and sustainability of Toowoomba Regional Council. Following on from that, we'll be developing a risk maturity roadmap to ensure that we as an organisation are effectively managing those organisational risks. This will be reported back through council through the Audit Committee and then on to the Council from the Audit Committee for Council to actually endorse those risks. So there's a lot of background work to develop that information. Developing that, or going through that process, we're just reviewing the risk profile for the organisation. I'll just quickly take you through the steps of that. We're identifying the top 10 risks as we perceive them for the organisation. Excuse me. The context of those risks in Toowoomba Regional Council circumstances, and from that you'll use a risk rating to develop an inherent risk rating at that point in time for the organisation. Then we identify the key controls that are in place to mitigate that risk, and after those key controls are in place, what's the net or the residual risk remaining for the organisation? And then finally, is there any opportunities and what are the priorities for those opportunities to further mitigate that risk? So that will be a process in works and that'll be reported to Council as it unfolds. Second one, I'd just like to update you on the Inland Rail project at the moment. You probably may be aware that the Inland Rail announced a request for proposal process to identify a private sector consortium partner to deliver the public-private partnership for the Gowrie to Kagaroo project, which includes the tunnel through the Toowoomba Range and the associated viaducts with that work down to Helidon. At this stage, they've got three organisations or consortia listed to prepare their bids to go to the next stage. And I've given you that information there as to who those organisations are. The next one I'd like to cover is the staff survey. As you're aware, we do a full staff survey every 2 years. It's now out with our organisation. Went out on the 9th of November to start that surveying process. As you may be aware, there's various processes for getting that information back from council employees throughout the organisation. There's electronically, can be returned electronically. There's paper-based. We've also got officers going out visiting the depots to assist outdoor workers if they need to access and complete those surveys. And then they'll be returned back to our consultant to do the collation of those. As you're all aware, they're confidential. We can't identify anybody as an employee within the organisation, and that's an assurance we give to our employees undertaking that survey, so you get genuine feedback from the employees. I've given you the timelines for that there, so hopefully by mid to late February we'll be presenting. Mid-February we'll be presenting the results to the council, so you can have a look at that. Then that will be then fed out back through our managers and subsequently through all levels of our organisation. The next one's the enterprise bargaining agreement update. The field-based and office-based agreements are due to expire in the last pay period in June 2021. Under the provisions of the Act, you can't issue a notice of intention to bargain until you're within the last 6 months before the nominal expiry date. So we've actually started the informal process at this point. By end of January, we'll be issuing the notice of intention to bargain, and then we'll be taking council. Our officers will be working obviously with the unions and our employees to negotiate those new enterprise agreements. As events unfold, I'll try to keep as much of that in the public arena, but we may have to update councillors confidentially, as some of those will include budget and staff matters. So as that unfolds, I'll keep council informed as to what's happening in relation to the EBA or the enterprise agreement. That's all I had at this point in time. I'll be giving a further update later on in a confidential section, but if there's any questions in relation to this, I'm happy to answer.
Councillor Shine.
Thank you. Just in relation to the EBA, just as a matter of interest, how many agreements are there normally?
There's two.
Two?
Yeah.
What, for white collar, blue collar? Or?
Yeah, it's field-based and office-based. It's called. We do. Yep.
And I notice it says here that if supported by a majority of staff, in the most recent one, how significant is that majority? Can you recall?
It's 3.5 years ago, so I can tell you what that was, but I think now it has to be. I think it's 50% plus one in future bargaining, but we had I think we had a fairly strong vote last time. It wasn't as if it was a marginal call at the end of the day, but I will give you that percentage. I just haven't got it at my fingertips.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Brian? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Brian. Good addition to the agenda, this one. I like it. Just in regard to the staff survey, response-wise, have we got an expectation of percentages that may complete the survey based on the last survey and this one, or are we tracking?
We track that on a weekly basis.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yes, we do. I've got the figures as late as this morning. 48% have started the survey already, so that was from the 9th. So we've already had a 48% response at this point in time. So and we've had 44% have actually completed the survey at this point in time. That's of total staff numbers, so we'll get a good response again.
Well, it's at about 600 staff have completed. It's on about 14.
1, 2, 3. Yep, nearly 600. So it'll be a valid survey, even if it had, based on those figures probably, but
That's pretty good numbers, I'd say.
it's good numbers at this point in time.
Thanks.
Any further questions for the CEO? Are you happy with this report coming forward in this way? It's
There's, if we just comment on that, Council gets an enormous amount of information through our, we do the monthly group reports, which we've just had there before, the monthly performance statements, the quarterly operational plan, the quarterly executive performance reports and the annual reports, and then we have the budget reviews as well. So there's a myriad of information coming to Council. I'm just trying to pitch this so that it doesn't duplicate any information that's in there, but anything that's emerging or of general interest across the organisation, I'll keep Council informed. And then, as you've requested, an update on legal advice, I'll do that in confidential to keep you up to speed in relation to that.
okay. No more comments around the room? Would someone then like to move the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report be received, please? Councillor Von Hoff and Councillor Carroll-Taylor. Those in favour? Thanks very much, Brian. That's carried. We move then to item 12, matters of which notice has been given. Item 12.1, Darling Downs Border Water Alliance feasibility study. Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Mr Chair. So, councillors, the motion is before you there in two parts. And I suggest actually at the end of the second, we add some words, so after specified outcomes, perhaps comma, working with the Queensland Government. But may I speak to it, Mr Chair?
Sorry?
May I speak to this?
Yes, you've moved that.
Yes.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Summerfield? Right, you may speak to it.
Thank you. So, councillors, in the background information that was also contained here, you've got a list of 23 water studies in Queensland that have been supported by federal funding, and some of those are specific projects, but some of those are also regional studies, for instance, North and South Burnett regions and the Upper Burdekin. Studies currently underway have federal government funding commitments of $3 million, $3.5 million, $24 million, $10 million and $10 million. I also included in my correspondence with you a draft request for funding. And what's our objective? Our objective is water to drive agriculture and manufacturing to deliver economic benefits, water to construct inland rail, water to allow us to become a future inland freight hub. We're talking benefits that will outlast all of us and look after future generations, but the development of water resources is not only an economic issue, but a matter of regional, state and national security. As a council, we've been working really hard this year to get action on water security and trying to get other levels of government to see what's so plainly obvious to us, that the Darling Downs is worth backing, that we've got an enterprising spirit here, that we've got the business and we've got the infrastructure. We have a collection of local governments who here and across the border who are prepared and willing to work together. And all the supportive talk is terrific, but the stakes are raised when there's money on the table. And we need that money for outcomes. Plain and simple, local government does not have the pockets deep enough to complete feasibility studies of these magnitude. So, you know, we look at this list and we've got Hughenden, the Upper Burdekin, North and South Burnett, Hells Gate, Big Rocks Weir, Urana, Lakeland, Nalinga, Bundaberg, Gayndah, Lockyer Valley, Burdekin, Lower Fitzroy, Hughenden, Claremont, Northwest Queensland, Urana Dam, Southeast Queensland, Emu Swamp Dam, Lakeland, Hells Gate, Tablelands. And basically, councillors, I want us to be on this list. I want the Darling Downs to be on this list, and I think the Darling Downs deserves to be on this list.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against the motion? Councillor Cole.
Mr. Mayor, actually, lots of questions. Firstly, it's about how this actually arrived at the table of council. One would be who prepared the report. I don't see an officer's name on this report. Two would be who prepared the feasibility study that we've been handed, that I got this morning, the first opportunity I had. Spoke to the GM and apparently he got material as late as Friday afternoon. I have some real concerns. I guess a statement on the information that's been elaborated by Councillor Von Hoff to date, at just now, I stand to be corrected, but a lot of those examples that are given are specific project orientated. They appear to be. I stand to be corrected. We're talking about a feasibility study and the part of my reason for questioning is, have we consulted with other stakeholders at this stage, and is that stakeholder group a formal body yet? There's a few questions there.
Okay. Councillor Von Hoff, do you wish to respond to that?
Sure, I'll do my best. So, where to start?
If you like.
Well, let me have a go, and if I miss something, you can point it back out to me. So, the Darling Downs Water Resource Project that I think you're referring to, this document here that you've got a printout of, that was put together by Robert Kane. He was the water expert with FKG. He had old templates. And then I worked on this myself. This isn't a funded project, so we don't have budget allocation for any officers to do any work on it. And the intent is for this to be finalised, worked on. It goes, if there's support for this today, council officers can work on it. We need some economic modelling added to it as well. And then this was all sent in an email, the intent is that this would be tabled at the first meeting of the Darling Downs and Border Water Alliance. That's something that the council voted on in August, and the mayor is heading up that project. With regard to your question about if these are project specific or not, no, they are not all project specific. And I gave two examples of North and South Burnett regions and the Upper Burdekin. So a lot are project specific, but if you're not at the point where you can identify a project because you haven't done the broader options assessment and feasibility study, you can't, in your words, pick a winner. Were there any other questions?
Yeah, who prepared the report?
I just said Robert Kane.
That.
Yeah, and me.
And so you're the author of this report?
This one?
No, the report. That's the Darling Downs Water Project.
Yeah.
The actual report in front of us on board books. Usually you see an officer's name against that report. And I asked the General Manager.
Yes.
He's aware of, as we all are, of the first point in the motion, but seemed to be pretty vague on the second part of the motion. And my question is, has this been formalised, this Water Alliance? Not against the concept, agreed with the proposal, as you talk about in your report down here later, about the Border Alliance. The same council voted to request a commitment of the state government around a water options assessment. Absolutely. But I'm just questioning the process of how this arrived. And I'm scratching my head. We spent a whole day yesterday, all of us around a table, about respect and a process. not against the first point, but I think maybe we're jumping ahead of ourselves and assuming that other stakeholders in this yet to be formed, formally recognised. In another life outside of council, I'm very accustomed to governments not giving funding to unformalised bodies asking for federal government funding, which will probably require some acquittal as well.
So Councillor Carl, I'm absolutely delighted to answer your question, because who wrote this? Me. I wrote this, and I followed process to the letter, in fact. So I spoke with Councillor Summerfield, the Mayor and the CEO about this, and came then and that very morning sent the email to all councillors.
Would have been nice to actually have some sort of informed discussion around this prior to landing at a meeting, given that it's a strategic move by this council. And I respect the fact you've been speaking to the Mayor. We all know that the Mayor's been working on this for some time. I'm suggesting that our timing may not exactly be right just because there's an election. And I might add, the reason why the state hasn't responded would be, I wonder why. I think there's been an election and they've been in caretaker mode and just come out of it. So I'm just saying, respectfully, it would have been really nice for a council collectively to be involved in a strategic discussion, help form some of the parameters around this sort of report and not engage on a totally external source, which I'm not accustomed to over the last 16 years of framing up a report independent of the GM's knowledge. I understand, I stand to be corrected on that. I'm not accustomed to that in all my time in council.
Councillor Von Hoff, and then I'll respond.
Thank you. So there were two issues there, the timing and the authoring of the report, and the options for councillors to contribute. The timing issue, this is something that we've been working on all year, and we've had motions month after month after month trying to get water security, and this does date back to before August, and then in August we had the Water Alliance motion that was moved and supported, and also the options assessment. And while I appreciate that there has been a state government election, our water security pays no heed to the timetables of state government elections. Our water needs continue regardless of what's happening at a state government election cycle. And there was, when I sent this, I included in that email, councillors, this is the genesis of this information. I'm working on this. If you would like to add information, please let me know. There was a sentence in that email.
2 days ago.
That's correct.
Councillor Taylor, do you wish to make...
Thank you, Mr Chair. I appreciate we've received notice of this. I do support number one. I have to agree with Councillor Carl that I have to be honest with you. If ISG does anything, we have workshops, we sit here for hours talking to people about things. I have to be honest with you that I am not over the water space, and I don't think that it's fair to bring stuff... I do support number one, that's fine. Fine. But I don't support number two because I think it's got hairs all over it, and I think that should we get the money, there'll be plenty of time for us then to work out how that should go forward. But I do feel a little bit, well, welcome to the club, Carol. You're certainly not up there this term. I do feel offended that the 10 people around this table, or maybe there's 8 of them, haven't actually had the consideration of having an information session around this. And I go back to the information sessions, which we seem very loath to have. At least it allows us to make informed decisions rather than something coming in here that's from somebody else that we don't know what our people think about it, we don't know what any disadvantages might be. I don't think that any of us with the best of intention can see the pros and cons of every single thing that's brought here. What looks like a great idea may well not be. I'm not arguing with number one, but number two, I do believe, has some hairs all over it, and I am offended that we haven't had an information session on this.
Well, I think it's appropriate that I said a few words at this point in time. For probably 6 months at least, I've been talking to the likes of the mayors of Southern Downs, Gundawindi and Western Downs in respect to this. No organisation has been formed. We have a meeting on the 27th where we hope we will form a group of people who will push forward on trying to get a study done. It's a mapping study. There has been nothing that I've been involved with that could be brought to council yet. In August, there was the decision that you were happy for me to be part of a water alliance. I hope to chair that, but I don't know whether I will. But then we do have to take advantage of every opportunity we have. Now, one of the advantages I've taken is I have spoken a number of times to the Liberal candidate for the seat of Groom, wanting to bring this matter of water for Toowoomba and put it on the table in this election campaign. Now, I haven't had anything terribly positive, although I do believe he's assured me that he made a very positive statement about it on Channel 7 in the last little while. But in saying that, we have to put it on the table, and there will be a statement coming out of the grouping of mayors, I would hope, post the meeting on the 27th, which may be going to be held at an equidistant point between Gundawindi, Warwick, Dalby and Toowoomba, which happens to be in Mulmerran, where we can, in fact, have a discussion about the formation of this. I have got the General Manager of Water to work on some form of a basic agreement under which we can work together. But in the meantime, I'm definitely planning on meeting with the Deputy Prime Minister when he comes to town. And if anyone else wants to be in that meeting, please let me know. But it's important that we articulate just where we are and what we want to do. And today, if I have the time, I'll be writing to the Queensland Water Minister, who happens to be the Deputy Premier of Queensland, Stephen Miles, in a hope that he can take some notice of it too. We've talked to a number of people. A lot of help is coming out of a gentleman called Robert Kane, who's been around the water industry for a long, long time, going back to when they were searching for water for the Mulmerran Power Station, has tremendous understanding of the northern rivers, and he's invaluable in this one. So, I guess there's an element of dreaming in this, but as of when we have this meeting in the next, I think it's next week sometime, I just would have to check my diary, but we're waiting on a final reply from Mayor McVeigh, but we will certainly form something. We have an interest, of course, from Peter Petty, the Mayor of Tenterfield. Vic Panisi has indicated very clearly, in an informal basis, that there will be other councils from New South Wales who want to be part of this journey. So it's very early stages. Those who have said we're at very early stages, but I think it's a dream that we've got to have. We must work on it. We're hoping to map from as far away as the Nathan Dam right down into the northern rivers of New South Wales. That's what we're hoping to map. And by doing that, and by having someone that can bring all the information together from a whole range of studies that have been done historically, with that we should be able to see where we can get our future water from. This is not a 10-minute fix. This is going to be a 20, 30-year fix. If there's going to be a dam built, it's going to take at least 10 years, and we know that. But there's so much potential in this, and I think this is a journey worth having, and it's in your hands as to how we do it.
A question?
But I'm certainly going to wherever I have to go next week in an effort to actually form this alliance.
Question,
Yes,
Mr Mayor. So number two there, if it's not formed or anything else and it's a way off, how can then we ask that Toowoomba Regional Council act as the initial proponent, because we don't even know who's going to be in it?
Well, that's up to this council. Yep, Councillor Von Hoff and then Councillor McMahon.
Thank you. If I can answer Councillor Taylor's question. The wording says that Toowoomba, all of those projects that I read out, there's a commonality with them all, and that is that there's a single proponent And that has to be the case so that otherwise it would be just herding cats. If you've got multiple people, you've got to have one organisation, one entity that is the proponent for a study or a project. So the wording there says that Toowoomba Regional Council acts as the initial proponent, because that's what we have currently, with the intent of the Darling Downs and Border Water Alliance ultimately becoming the dedicated entity with responsibility for the management and delivery of specified outcomes, working with the Queensland Government. Now, the inclusion of the alliance becoming the ultimately becoming the dedicated entity, that reflects a council decision that was made here. So what's there on the screen is in my opinion, an act of courtesy, and also as an act of reflecting what had been agreed around this council chamber. We wanted to form an alliance. We thought that there would be more strength if we stood with a united voice, and if we accept that is what's happened, then how can we take over as the initial proponent? This is a very courteous, respectful plan to move forward and try to get some outcomes for the whole region for water security. That's it. Start to finish. There's nothing nefarious about that second part at all.
Councillor McMahon, you wish to make a comment, or you're wishing to speak for or against the motion?
Probably a comment or a question to Councillor Von Hoff, and I thank her for the work in this 15-page request of funding that she's put together off her own accord. I don't know if I agree if it's sponsored by Toowoomba Regional Council, if it's written by a private entity, but look, the question says Toowoomba Regional Council requests an initial commitment by the Australian Federal Government of $5 million. Now, my first question to Councillor Von Hoff is, from what the Mayor has told us, he's already asked that of the federal member, and I wonder why it needs to be in a motion if it's an ongoing conversation between our Mayor and a potential federal member. My second question is that once we get that funding, so, I mean, this is putting the ball in their court, and it's all up in the air, and he could turn around and say no, or she could turn around and say no, whoever the federal member may be. Then you're saying we use that funding to influence the Border Alliance, which is a body that, as we've heard, doesn't entirely exist yet. I just wondering how, I think there's a lot of what ifs here, and we're wanting to pop the cork on something that hasn't been set up yet, and I'm just wondering if you could speak to those concerns that I have. So I can't speak to the first question about the Mayor's conversations, because perhaps the Mayor will be able to comment on that, but at the moment we don't have a federal member. That will be decided in a couple of weeks, and the request doesn't actually go to our particular federal member who has a pot of cash in the back room there and delves into it. This goes through all of the due process in Canberra, and you'll see also in the reasons for the motions there that since August a few other things have changed, including the establishment of the National Water Grid Authority, supported by an advisory body, and a $3.5 billion fund. So that's all happened in the last couple of months. Now, if you add up some of these figures that are listed on that page, sure, we can do nothing. We absolutely can do nothing. But if we want to have a shot at any of that money that's been allocated in that $3.5 billion fund, then we need to get going. We need to get in the program, and that's what this is.
Councillor McMahon, a supplementary.
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor Von Hoff. I wonder if we go back to the motion, you consider amending it to have the first part up there, and then if we are successful, coming back and rewording the terms of the second part of the motion upon being successful, since that's what the motion hinges on.
Well, I would ask for the Mayor's thoughts on that, actually, because he has experience with bringing together local government groups, and as I said, that was done as a, an important diplomatic courtesy, so that the alliance didn't feel like they were being left out on the journey. That was the intent of it. So I suppose I'd ask the Mayor for his comments, and if he felt that there was going to be no issues with that, I'm fine. If you feel, Mayor, that it's important that the alliance is mentioned in the first instance, that intent, we'll go back to where we sort of are at the moment, I suppose.
I would be more inclined on reflection to go on the alliance being mentioned initially, and adequate appropriate funding to do a complete mapping study of potential new water resources for the area confined within the alliance area. I think I took advice on how much a study would cost from an experienced hydrologist, and if we're going to do it and going to do it properly and bring everything together, it needs to be appropriately funded, and that would tend to run into about the $5 million. I put that to the LNP candidate for Groom, and I asked him would he use it as part of his election campaign, which I think is a fairly logical thing for a mayor to do. Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And I think one of the questions Tim had was why would we do this when the conversation's already had? Well, we as a council have to endorse the Mayor's discussions with the LNP Liberal candidate. So this actually reaffirms the council's position in relation to that conversation.
I wouldn't know how many times I go to the various candidates around here and ask for funding, and some of that certainly some time ago involved the road to Highfields, the second road to Highfields, where there was some discussion made in the hope that the government would come out and have that as a budget initiative. This is the same thing here. I've gone to them hoping that it would be an election initiative, knowing full well that water is the critical hold-up to much progress in this area. Now, I had Councillor Shine before with his hand up. Did you wish to say?
Yeah, if Councillor Summerfield is finished. Okay.
Right.
I'm happy to proceed.
Happy to?
To ask, make a comment if I could.
Make a comment?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've sort of gone out of debate into comment. Make a couple more comments and then we'll start getting back into debate.
Thank you.
That's my ruling.
Thank you, Mayor. It's a very important issue, and first of all, could I congratulate Councillor Von Hoff on the impressive work that she's done, and it would have taken more than a day or two to do it. It would have taken a long time to do it, and a lot of work has gone into it. I think as a council and our ratepayers are pretty privileged to have somebody with that, not just that talent, but that interest and dedication to who I know is dedication to solving this issue, which is the preeminent number one issue for Toowoomba now and into the future. So well done for that. And I encourage you to keep going, even though you will have stumblings on the way and lack of wholehearted support, because I'm going to ask a question which probably will limit that support in itself, but I still sincerely back what I've said before about you. Before I get on to that, in terms of the election, by-election, we knew some months ago now that John McVeigh had resigned. And I think we've missed a golden opportunity, if this is what we were going to do, to put pressure on the government of the day to come up with something realistic in relation to water, rather than just going to, with respect, a mere candidate who is not even in Canberra, let alone having influence in Canberra, I presume. But anyway, time has gone past, and it's better something than nothing, I think. I think you probably should have a yarn to all of the candidates. You never know in a by-election what might happen. I remember when I first got elected later that year, there was a by-election in Ryan, which the then leader of the Labor Party, Mr Beazley, didn't want to contest because it was impossible to win. However, it was one, and so things can happen in life. The big omission to me in this is any mention of recycled potable water for human consumption. There is mention about it.
If I could just say something there, I think when the holistic approach is taken, given there's possibilities of pumping water up from wastewater from Brisbane, although I believe that's coming backwards a bit, that would have to be one of the many things on the table.
Well, I
in
agree.
This whole study. That's what the holistic study is about.
I agree, but I've only read, to be honest, the request for funding, and I really couldn't see. There was mention about what's happening in Gatton and west of for industrial and agricultural use, but not for potable drinking water. And really, it has to be on the table. You may not agree with it, but 45% of Toowoomba in 2007 or 8 or whatever the referendum was, wanted it, and I think the percentages might have changed since then, to be honest. So I think, it doesn't hurt to examine things, and I'd like that added on to the list of matters that you want funding to investigate. I also agree with what I think the Mayor is suggesting, is that request to the government would have more, would be received more appropriately and with greater importance if it came from that alliance which the Mayor is forming, rather than just from a mere one regional council. So I think, in unity there's strength, and that's the way I'd prefer to go in relation to it.
Okay. Councillor Summerfield, you had your hand up, and then Councillor Melissa.
Yeah, just quickly if I could, and I do enjoy Councillor Kerry's historic information. It's always interesting. But just in relation to recycled water that was potable, anything like that would actually, because of the plebiscite that this city had, we would always have to go back to our community and consult with them before we could actually involve that in any sort of application.
I think the main thing about the potable water from Brisbane, there's no doubt it will come to the Lockyer Valley. Whether it's a proposition to bring it further, given that there will be a tunnel through the mountain, whether that's of any value, all those things have to be on the table. Because if we got a significant amount of recycled water back here in Toowoomba for industry, what a difference that would make. Councillor Melissa.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just want to thank Councillor Von Hoff for her courage and drive in putting this on the table for our council to consider. We as a council must be brave and take every opportunity we can and put water security on the table. We have discussed this month after month after month, and this is the first step in a critical journey. Water security is imperative for the health and well-being and safety and security of our residents, as well as the economic development of our region. Let us lead the way and bring the other stakeholders on the journey with us. We need to put our hand up for the dollars that we desperately need for the security of this region. So thank you, Councillor Von Hoff, for your dedication and putting the work into what is a critical component of the security of our region.
Okay,
Councillor Carl, just a comment, and then we'll go into a debate.
There is a question.
Question
here, but further to what Councillor Shines highlighted, this is why I raise concerns. The collective boardroom hasn't had any input into the draft terms of reference around this document. I saw it this morning. I'm sorry, I'm busy. It was produced a couple of days ago, apparently. But my question, and this is reflective on me, my question to all of us, and we've given the Mayor the green light to go as hard as he can on this water alliance. Totally agree with it. We need it. But the question I pose to everyone around this table What about the boardrooms of those other councils in this area that we're talking about, and that area is nebulous at the moment? How do you think those elected reps would feel? From a collaborative point of view, do you think we're starting off on the right foot by driving a document in terms of reference that this council alone hasn't even had sufficient input in my opinion? So if we're going to have a collaborative approach, the question is, how do you think those other players around the table, potential players, whoever they may be, would feel about perhaps could be some impositions put on them around this document? I don't know. That's where we need to tick off, and I believe we have got the wheels in motion, and I agree with Councillor Taylor, Carol Taylor. Let's get cracking with number one and come back at an appropriate time when we can use some leverage, and we can use other organisations as leverage to actually move the agenda forward. I say again, in a previous role that was responsible for nearly the third portion of Queensland around government funding, and we were successful in securing federal government funding, I might add, probably one of the most successful. The criteria that was met was you had to have your ducks in a row around what entity was going to receive the funding. We don't know what the entity looks like. So I say we've already sanctioned for the Mayor and given our agreement around this table. Go hard. Let's get it formed. Let's get on with it. But I'm definitely not comfortable in so-called, if we are genuinely looking to be collaborative, I don't think we should be forcing perhaps some of the terms of reference on other players around the table.
Okay, who was next? Councillor Von Hoff.
So that question, I think there was some questions in there, and this is a draft document, Councillor Carl. It's not being tabled today because please let me.
We're being asked to vote on this.
No, you're not being asked to vote on this. You're being asked to vote on that motion that's on there. This is supplementary information. It's in a draft form. It's still going to go through council. It's going to get economists to contribute as well, and that's the entire point. I'd just really ask councillors to think about this, that this isn't being tabled today. And again, it comes back to, why aren't we tabling this today? Because it's an acknowledgement that there's work to be done on it, and we want to table it at that meeting of the Alliance when it's convened, so that all of those separate, if it's 4, if it's 6, however many local governments are involved in that alliance, each of those local governments has to go through their democratic due process to vote on their participation in the alliance, and that's why this is just a draft document. And I'll refer back to Councillor Shine. It was Ryan in 2001, Councillor Shine, and indeed, you know, we know that this is something that we're dealing with Canberra on, and it is very broad. Nothing's in, nothing's out. It talks about a preliminary business case analysis using the Building Queensland framework about water options. So everything's on the table here.
Any further comments? Councillor O'Shea and then Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just my question, whether it's through you, Mr Mayor, or Councillor Von Hoff, is just trying to understand this, the alliance. When's it going to be formed?
The Alliance will meet, look, without looking at my diary, and I don't do diaries well, I think it's on the 27th we meet. We haven't set the venue yet. We haven't, we are awaiting
it hasn't been
advice, but the willingness is certainly there. But there are some differing opinions, particularly coming from Southern Downs in respect to how we ought to engage with people over the border who they claim want to be part of a water alliance. So a lot of things up in the air at the moment. I think I'm quite happy to defend my discussions with the candidate for groom with the Deputy Prime Minister, who hopefully will come to town. I'm talking to a senior advisor there at the moment about making sure I and this interested parties have an opportunity to speak to the Deputy PM. He will make the decision ultimately about it.
Yeah. So I'm not questioning that, Mr. Mayor. I guess what I'm seeking clarity or my own peace of mind is that the motion that's on the books there, by making a decision on this, and you mentioned a few things around there about a little different parts of this alliance have different views and how it all works, are we putting the cart before the horse by going down this process? Is this not something that this alliance that you speak about should be driving? That's what I'm trying to, I totally understand all of the criticality and what we've talked about, but that's what I guess I'm trying to understand and try. Are these other councils sitting around the table today as well, agreeing on a position that Toowoomba is going to lead this? Are they going to arrive at the alliance and this is what is the case and we're just sort of tied to? That's the part I'm just trying to. So I'm not sure, Councillor Vonoff, if you can just give me some information on that, or Mr. Mayor or whoever it may be. That's the part I'm just trying to establish in my mind when I'm.
Thank you, Councillor O'Shea. So, to my mind, if I'm not a Toowoomba Regional Council member of the Alliance, and it's clearly stated there that Toowoomba Regional Council acts as the initial proponent with the intent that they send it off to the Alliance. So then when the Alliance is formed later this month, whenever that is, next month, and they're hitting the ground running with, okay, who's heading up this Alliance and how are we going to pay for that? So do all of the councils have to then go back to their budget review 2 process and wait for funding allocation for somebody to head up that alliance, or they hit the ground running? And this has already said Toowoomba Regional Council has done the first few steps in this. They're not the ones who want to have complete ownership by any stretch. In fact, they went so far as at the very first mention to say, we want the Alliance to have the end carriage of this because we see the merit in the strength in numbers. And they hit the ground running with hopefully an initial commitment of $5 million so that they can then go forth with the project. Alternatively, I guess there's a few alternatives. We scrap the second part of this motion, and my concern with that would be that more than anything, that's alienating the Alliance, because then it's just all on us. And my other concern would be that if we don't do anything at all, there is only a set funding, a defined allocation of funding for these regional projects. And we either get in while the getting's good, or we sit back and we wait for whatever it is to fall into place. And we're taking a gamble that there's still going to be adequate funding there for us when we come. Because, as I said, some of these projects, some of these feasibility studies, they're $24 million. They're massive pieces of work. $10 million is not an unusual number in there. So an initial commitment of 5 gets things very seriously going. But again, the wording's been very specific because we might need more than that. The Alliance might need more than that, and at least we're out of the gates instead of waiting and hoping that the money will be there when we get everything in order.
So just to sum up on that, so if I'm picking up what you're putting down, essentially it is that Toowoomba Regional Council is putting forward this obviously to try and acquire a set amount of funding. Alliance is formed, it's almost like, well, here's a free $5 million start.
Off we go. All of the councils, there's work there. Let's go forward. Otherwise, I don't know if there'll be funding.
Thank you, Councillor Vonoff. That's anything I wanted to know.
You know, my preferable situation would be to come back to this council after the Alliance is formed, and actually, you know, put this to the Alliance when I go there in an informal way but make absolutely sure that once we've formed that alliance, we become very aggressive. And I think it's important now that we take the opportunity of talking to the Deputy Prime Minister, talking to the Deputy Premier. But anyhow, look, it's entirely in your hands. Councillor McDonald, you're next, and then Councillor Carol Taylor.
Just a question in regard to the wording, and I thank Councillor Vonhoff for putting this forward today. And you know, we all may not agree with process sometimes, but I actually believe that this process has been followed here today because we did get notification of it prior. In regard to motion number 1, I just wonder who is going to be undertaking the work. It reads, the Toowoomba Regional Council requests an initial commitment by the Australian Government of $5 million to undertake. Is it the federal government undertaking, or is it the Toowoomba Regional Council undertaking that work?
Question.
So I would, if I may, Mr Chair, the $5 million, because we know what our constraints are as a local government. I know acutely what the constraints within the Water and Waste Department is in terms of resourcing, and they don't have the capacity to take on an additional, broad scope feasibility study, and so it would be likely that that $5 million would pay for the project management, the consultant to oversee carriage of that study.
So that was my assumption, but I just wonder whether we may be able to get some consensus around the room if we say that Toowoomba Regional Council requests an initial commitment by the Australian Government of $5 million to assist in the formation of Darling Downs and Border Water Alliance to undertake the feasibility study to develop new water resources. Because my concern is the alliance isn't formed. There is no such a thing. May not even be called that. That doesn't exist. However, that could, and even after the wording Darling Downs and Border Alliance, you could have in brackets or similar, because it then will open the door up to the discussions that the Mayor is yet to have around the alliance and what that might be. So to assist in the formation of that gives clear direction that that isn't formed, but we're moving towards it. And the ultimate crux of what your motion is about is to deliver a feasibility study for new water resources. So it should cover off on all of those things without having to have a second.
I thank you, Councillor McDonald, because I think that that's actually a terrific idea, because it will. And again, Mayor, maybe you can comment on this, that you've been doing the groundwork on pulling together the alliance, and if you are running into roadblocks with needing funding even to form the alliance, if you could comment on that, then Councillor McDonald's suggestions here would seemingly address that perfectly.
The main person I'm talking to, of course, is the Mayor of Western Downs, and we do have regular conversations. The $5 million came out of a discussion I had with a hydrologist who thought you would need that kind of money to scope something in that broader area. It has not been approved by the Alliance. The Alliance has not been formed. I wonder if we ought to stage this in a couple of stages and make sure we get it to happen. I'm happy to have a special meeting of council soon after the Water Alliance is formed to make sure that we go ahead in a very positive sense from there. But, you know, the alliance is not yet formed. And I don't know what the Mayor of Goondiwindi or the Mayor of Southern Downs will actually want from that. They might want different things to what we see as being the outcomes. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And you mentioned before some words around not just develop but map new water resources. My whole concern about this, and if you look on, and I know it hasn't been adopted yet, but if you look on page 4, Toowoomba Regional Council TRC responsibilities, we're asking for $5 million, but there's a lot of in-house that's been expected with this document. That's going to cost quite a lot of money. And as has been mentioned, I mean, I think the whole idea is really good. and I think was premature, mentioned, not only has the alliance not been formed, we don't even know who's going to be members of it.
No, we don't.
So at the end of the day, you know, I wouldn't, as a councillor sitting around this table, be too happy if another council went ahead and talked about an alliance where they're kind of, making the ground rules, I suppose, where everybody's council needs to be recognised, and we don't even know who's going to be part of this alliance. So I don't know. I haven't got a problem with number 3. I do with 2. But you mentioned some words before and initially about mapping water.
I think what I have in my mind and what McVeigh and also Vic Panisi has been quite comfortable with is actually mapping the water that we have now, the available water we have now, then looking at the possible future water sources. And this is the very reason I took the liberty when I had the Premier in my room last year of suggesting to her if she was going to build a pipeline to Warwick, build some redundancy into that, so maybe it might occur that water could come back this way 20, 30, 40 years in the future. Could go both ways. So that's the sort of dreaming I think we've got to have. Look, I have a feeling that the feeling of this council is we're well ahead of schedule. We're not doing the wrong thing, but maybe it's appropriate that we form the alliance and then come back and have a very serious discussion. I think the $5 million is worth me and others who are with me putting to the Deputy Prime Minister, putting to the Deputy Premier, because that's the kind of funding we've been told, I've been told, that we would need to do that full mapping, to get a real assessment of all water sources, including GAB, including the lot, and looking at pipelines for the future, looking at the works. This is, I guess, you know, the kind of dream there is with the fast train. This is about water future and the business of this community. And, you know, the people I'm bringing to the table are people who can hopefully add value, such as Tisby, because they should be able to give us clearly the potential economic development that water will bring, such as RDA, who are our connection into the federal government. Those two groups are planning on coming, and hopefully down the track we can bring industry, such as the farmers group.
National Farmers? NFF?
Yep, that kind of thing. Now, who was next? Getting a bit exciting here. Jeff, and then...
Yeah. I'm just checking, in regard to the timing, there's obviously, and wondered the mover's intention here, that there's a by-election coming up, and from timing that you suggest, Mayor, you've got your potential alliance meeting around the 27th.
I think.
Timing-wise, is there anything? I mean, we can defer this till December or a special meeting. It won't matter. But for you to continue conversations with the Deputy Prime Minister and others, do you need this motion in order to do that? I guess that's the question I'd like to ask.
Well, I've, you know, in the past, I think it's probably an obligation I have to put things on the table when I'm talking to those sort of people. Putting a water study on the table would be what a mayor would be expected to do, I would think. And then once it begins to gravitate forward, you'd certainly be able to bring it back to council once you... Councillor Shine, and then Councillor McMahon.
Have a follow-up?
Sorry, yep.
Let's have a follow-up, because if we go back to the August motion, which was around water supply options assessment, which the motion is that the council requests the Queensland Government and Australian Government commit to undertaking a regional water supply options assessment, and that key supply options be considered for the Darling Downs, and 2, the Queensland and Australian Governments acknowledge the criticality of the water supply options assessment by considering fast-tracking its completion. So I'm wondering if this is like a joker in 500 and we're trumping the previous motion, because we're actually crossing over in some respects of what the motion is in August, which is which is still sitting. That's my probably concern about it as it sits at the moment. Having said that, if you need a decision from this council to start those discussions which will help the formation of the alliance, I'm comfortable with number 3, which 1 and 2 doesn't exist, to be honest. Number 3 is the only one in my mind. And I'd be happy with the wording change at the bottom, at the back end, where you say to undertake a feasibility study to reflect the wording that was in August, so that it's some level of consistency. Because at the moment, they're not consistent with each other.
Okay.
That's a comment, and maybe it just needs something like water supply options feasibility, rather than develop new water resources.
Councillor Von Hoff, you wish to respond to that?
I do. Thank you very much, Mr Chair. Thank you, Councillor McDonald. The difference is the level of detail between an options assessment and a feasibility study. So an options assessment wouldn't take into account that significant additional level of detail that you'd get with a feasibility study. And the two important things to note are that, first of all, the state government did not intimate that they were committed to the options assessment. So for how long do we wait and hope that there will be some sort of feedback from them that's positive? And in the interim, we've had the formation of this national water grid and a funding pool of $3.5 billion that's been created. So what we did in August was fantastic, didn't get take up, and it didn't also have the current bodies or funding that's now available. So that's why that is still on the table, and this is a different tack to take because this one didn't pan out. So here we are here. And I just say that, you know, Mayor, if we were going to go with option 3 that's there, that we say to undertake a feasibility study to develop new water resources, working with the Queensland Government, because I think that it is absolutely vital that we work. We can't do this alone. We can't do this without the state. We can't do this without the feds. We really need that tri-level of intergovernmental cooperation to get anything off the ground here. And Mayor, if you don't believe that it is essential or it would help you with the alliance, then that's fine to take out Section 2. Section 2 was included for the courtesy and the respect and to reflect the vote that had come to council. And I think it was sort of pushing us forward, but if you don't think that that would be advantageous, then the outcome that I am driving here is that we are we're the 24th item on this list that I read out. And we need to start to move things along to try and get onto this list. Otherwise we might not be included. And then we all know the financial situation that's being faced at a state and also a federal level. And we know that the funding is flowing temporarily. And I think that all of us are pragmatic enough around this table to have a sense that the funding will not be flowing in 12 months, 24 months. So we have a very small window of opportunity to try to get a commitment for some funding. And then once we've got that foot in the door, it then makes any additional funding easier to gain. So, Mayor, back to you. If you don't think that it would be greatly advantageous to have that second part, I'm fine to just keep it that we have an initial commitment, that Toowoomba Regional Council requests an initial commitment by the Australian Government of $5 million to assist in the formation of the alliance, to undertake a feasibility study to develop new water resources, working with the Queensland Government. And Councillor Taylor, all of your points about the mapping, that's all included in that feasibility study.
And also just because natural resources is under the state, so that's very good.
Yeah, well, you know, hopefully if I have time this afternoon, a letter will go to the new Water Minister, who happens also to be the Deputy Premier. That, I think, is a good compromise at this point in time.
Yep.
I don't think it dilutes anything. I think it means very simply that we're committed. We want to get on with this. We have to form this group. And anyone else? Councillor Carl, would you like a comment? And then Councillor McMahon, Councillor McMahon, I'll shout you a drink later.
Yeah, look, Mayor, I was in your shoes and my council put me in the breach of the barrel to send me off to a discussions with a Water Alliance or any other group for that matter, and we'd already passed a motion. It would very much seem that it put you in a hot spot to say, well, this is what we want to do. I mean, you've already alluded to the fact that there was varied views about what people want out of this group. I beg to differ around options assessment and feasibility. Options assessment, because we already know, you've said it, that there are potential players in this group when it forms that may have different ideas about what the priorities are. An options assessment is a broader undertaking, and that's why you do reach out for other governments, levels of government funding, because that is an expensive exercise. We know that. A feasibility study would suggest to me, from past dealings with them, is a more specific, to quote, pick winners. We're not there yet, and the players haven't identified what their priorities are. So for me, if I was in your shoes, I would feel very uncomfortable as a mayor being thrust forward into the discussion about asking, hey guys, let's get this together. Oh, by the way, this is what we want. This is what we're doing. This is a formal motion on the books from our council. I think it's a much more collaborative approach to have the discussion, form the alliance, call the special meeting if you want, and get on with it in a normal, staged process.
Thanks, Councillor Kyle. Probably have to take the risk. Tim, then Councillor Nancy.
Quickly, as Jeff's suggestion stands, and I welcome comments from Councillor Vonhoff, look, we're still at the point where it's Toowoomba Region doing the work on behalf of this body that doesn't yet exist. What if in 2 weeks from now the body does exist, whatever it's called, it gets together and asks for $5 million funding, it has 6 or 8 prominent mayors at the bottom of the page and has a much better chance of getting funding after it's set up, instead of us going and jumping ahead now. I wonder if you have your meeting, we put something on the table and you guys propose this similar motion with your collective strength, and I think that may be a better way of getting this funding happening.
Okay, Councillor Summerfield.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor.
Sorry, can I just respond to Councillor McMahon's, it was a question. Sorry, Councillor Summerfield. I just urge you to think about the timing of this, and the motion to form the alliance was moved in August. It's now November, and the group will come together, and then all of the decisions of that alliance have to go back through the democratic due process of each participant in the alliance. So we can add a couple of months to the timeline from where we are currently before we'd even have a motion back before the alliance to request $5 million as an initial commitment. Now, if councillors are prepared to take that risk, that'll all happen and that there'll still be the interest and the funding, that would be something that you could do. I personally disagree with that considerably. I think that this is our moment, and otherwise we just keep on kicking this can down the road. At what point do we call it and try and put our cards on the table, ask for funding. If the federal government doesn't want to do it, they won't do it.
Isn't collective bargaining better?
Sorry, Councillor Summerfield, I'll just say a couple of words. I think that if I'm happy to take this as an attitude of council, the $5 million, to the first meeting. And, you know, they may want to change that as a group. If they form an independent body, they will have a degree of autonomy around this, I would imagine. And I can't imagine too many things that it will have to be constantly referred back here, particularly if it's generalist stuff, particularly if it's covering a very, very, very broad area from the Nathan Dam through to the well down the Clarence. If it's covering that area there, I'd hope they'd have the right to you know, put things on the table. And don't forget that this initially is about mapping. This is about assessment of what the water is now and could be in the future. And there will come the answer for our water future. Sorry, Councillor Summerfield, I'll put you back on.
You're right, Mr Mayor. I agree with what you're saying. Look, this actually comes down to timing. If we've got the Deputy PM coming to town towards the end of the month, we've got the by-election at the end of the month, we've got the meeting of the Alliance on the 27th of...
26th, I'm sorry. I've just received an update from a higher level of authority up at the second story with blonde hair.
Well done.
I'll hear that and I'll get a text in a moment.
Well, that's wonderful because that's my birthday, the 26th, so there you go. But look, this actually puts you in a powerful position. If we can have this resolution on the books today, it puts you in a powerful position to discuss it with all three of those that I've just mentioned, but particularly for those that are considering joining the Darling Downs and Border Water Alliance. If I was one of the other councils and this council had that resolution on its books, to me that would be such an encouragement to join, because I would feel like, well, this is actually going to happen. This is not going to be another talk fest. We're actually going to get on with it and make it happen. Whereas, you know, there's been a lot of talk fests to date. This is actually an action that will reflect to the new to be formed alliance that, you know what, this is going to be a goer. And I think that this is a really good positive message for all three of those, for the Deputy PM, for the by-election and also for the alliance to be formed.
And also for the Deputy Premier of Queensland, hopefully.
Yes, sorry, forgot.
Now, Councillor Shine, you have been making noises over there for quite a while, and Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, I promise I have not forgotten you.
Okay. Just a simple question to Councillor Von Hoff, if I may. In relation to the bucket of money, you mentioned $3.5 billion. Is that, first of all, is that funded rather than, you know, proposed in some way? It's been through a budget process federally. And what are the timelines for putting in an application and the criteria that you have to meet in order for it to be considered?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Shine. So it's $3.5 billion fund to be delivered by a 10-year rolling program of priority water infrastructure projects. So it's funded outside of budget 2021-22. It's a set aside $3.5 billion fund over 10 years. Your second question about the paperwork side of things?
What criteria, then the timing?
So the criteria, I actually asked this specific question of a member of the water grid, and was told that this is all happening so fast, and it would be terrific if there was a lovely, neat way of going about it, but the answer that I received was they're working on it still. So that's why this is all, you're doing things in parallel to try and have the confidence and the faith that you'll get to the point that you need to be. In terms of timeline, I can't speak to that. I don't have information about how long the ones that are completed took to complete.
So some have been completed and funded. without them working out what the criteria should be. It seems a bit loose, the whole thing, really, doesn't it?
So there was this new National Water Grid Authority is a new body that was only formed last month, October, maybe it was September, my apologies. And previous to that, there was another body, Mayor Antonio or Councillor Summerfield might know the name of it, but this body has only recently been funded and formed. And again, I asked the very specific question, what's the paperwork requirement that you need of us? And it was, we're getting all of that information together.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, my apologies.
No, that's given me time to think about it and probably forget it. But I want to applaud Councillor Von Hoff too for her initiative, and I think it's within her purview as being the chair of water to show some initiative and do something like this. So I think it's fantastic. And, you know, we all get ground down with the slowness of government and protocol. And I think, you know, get out there and, you know, have a go. And I don't see that there's any downside to this at all, but I do worry about the wording of that motion, because if I was to look at it, if we were just going to go with 3, Wendy, can you scroll up so we can get, yeah. Is that what we had before? Sorry.
I think we've reached a stage.
1, yeah. To me, that looks like you're asking for $5 million to form the Water Alliance, and that the Water Alliance is going to do the feasibility study.
Yes.
That's how that reads to me.
Yep. What's happening?
Yep.
I think the critical...
The body, the Water Alliance, isn't doing the study.
What's happening? They get the money and they do the study.
Oversee the study. Yeah.
And can I say that there's some real expertise around, and I think in recent days I have met some of those people who would have the capacity to get all this information. There's a whole plethora of information out there in a whole range of areas. And I think if you brought all that together, some of it's state, some of it's federal, there's been private studies done as well, that would probably answer a lot of questions. And if there was something deficient when that hits the table, I'd imagine that would facilitate some level of study. But I think what we really need to do, what my vision for this Water Alliance is, to get someone with real knowledge of water and water planning, and there's a few of them about, and just get them to put all that information together. It's there. Please don't think it's not there. There's studies on groundwater, surface water, the whole lot. That's what we need. And there's, of course, when we talk about dams, there's the Nathan Dam. And the licence for the Nathan Dam is within months of expiring. So maybe the Water Alliance can do something about that. Now, you're happy with the answer? You're probably not, but that's the best we can do. Councillor McDonald, and then maybe we better try and finalise it.
I think we're ready to put to the vote. That's my opinion.
Well, so Councillors Von Hoff and Summerfield, are you happy with number 1 there? Does that, it probably doesn't fulfil all of your hopes, original hopes? But is it a way forward?
Yeah, so thank you, Mayor Antonia. So again, I consulted heavily with you in the hope that we could do something that was going to make the formation and the cohesiveness and the working of the Alliance easiest. And if you believe that the first, what we've got there in 1 addresses it, terrific. And so I would, a question just all similar, I think it adds an ambiguity that we probably don't need to have in there. It's the Darling Downs and Border Water Alliance. I can't see enormous conjecture. Can you?
The formation, would you just say a representative body that would cover the Darling Downs and the border areas, rather than give it a specific name which hasn't been decided yet? A representative body
of the Darling Downs.
Yep.
Sure. Yep. And so to sum up, I mean, it's all pretty straightforward at this point. I would just say that all of the talk is, I mean, there's been so much talk, and it is really, it's always very supportive, right? It's always, everybody that we talk to across state government, federal government, other local governments, it's always so supportive. Yes, we need water security. Yes, it's at the highest priority. But things change when there's actually money on the table. And I just would really encourage councillors to, if we get this across the line, like happy days for the Darling Downs, because it is a significant step that it might lead to something great for us. And it is always hard fought with water. It's never easy. And it's never going to be simple, and it's never going to be something that you don't have to dare a bit and you don't have to go out on a limb. But I really urge you, councillors, we all know how scarce and how much of a precious resource water is, and I would just really urge you to dare today and go out there, vote in favour of this and get some money, real money on the table, because then there comes with it a great expectations of outcomes, and that's what we want, outcomes.
So, I'm not quite comfortable with that wording. I think we can be a bit, do that a little better. The formation of a representative body that includes the Darling Downs.
Mr Mayor, it needs to reflect our August resolution, whatever was in there.
And interested Darling Downs and interested parties in New South Wales, in the border region of New South Wales.
Can I just make
border region?
Just one at a time, please. Councillor Summerfield, then Councillor Taylor.
Sorry, it needs to reflect exactly what was in our August resolution.
In our August resolution?
About forming the alliance, that we need to use that same wording.
Mr Mayor, I'm not sure, because that was in particular focused at the Queensland election.
You still got it up, Jeff?
Yeah, you go, Brian.
Mentions it later in the report.
Brian, you've heard a fair bit of this. Do you want to just help us craft this resolution, please?
I'll just get Wendy to get the August resolution up before you, so you can actually review that to see whether that needs to be integrated into this resolution.
It has no reference to border, it just simply says Darling Downs.
Yeah, I think it was for a particular thing. Yeah.
That's it on the screen at the moment.
It's in our state.
No, the one forming the alliance.
There it is in front of you.
Hang on.
It's in the first paragraph of reasons for the motion in the report.
I don't think we need to.
At that stage at August, the Vic Panisi had not put on the table anyone other than Tenterfield, but now apparently there's 3 or 4 shires down there that have an interest.
We'll have to wait and see, won't we?
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. So a representative body really is what we need, and it needs to cover a broad area surrounding the state boundary.
Yep. So then would just calling it I feel like we could come back to exactly what it was, which was the Darling Downs and Border Water Alliance.
Yeah, well, I think you can, but have in brackets or similar, because it's not formed yet. So it could be called something else or open the door for others. So that's why I had or similar in there.
If that's going to get it across the line, sure, or similar.
I think we'll need a coffee pretty soon.
Pretty straightforward.
Pretty safe, yeah.
We'll just put that back up there and give it a go.
So it would say by the Australian government of $5 million to assist in the formation of the Darling Downs and Border Water Alliance brackets or similar to undertake a feasibility study to develop new water resources, working with the Queensland government.
Mr Mayor, I'd almost suggest, could I move an amendment that we adjourn this, defer this topic?
If this doesn't go through, it's an option.
If it doesn't go through, we might adjourn, I think.
And come back to a special meeting after you've been given the courtesy and the other members of the Water Alliance, the discussion and deliberation, because they'll be engaging as third-party experts to actually carry out this function of an options assessment in the first instance.
Is it actually a feasibility study either, was a question you could ask?
Yeah, options assessment.
A water mapping study.
A mapping
Feasibility
Sorry?
study.
Sorry, mapping would be restrictive. Feasibility study would cover off on everything, including the mapping.
Well, maybe a mapping and feasibility study.
It's not necessary, Mayor, because the mapping would absolutely be included in the study.
Part of the feasibility study.
Yep.
Just a question, Mr Mayor. As seeing we're talking about the border rivers, should we have the Queensland and New South Wales government in there?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
That we should. Pick up. Good one. Been a long day.
We didn't.
I suggest we put the motion.
Sorry, Brian?
Can I just make a suggestion?
Yeah, Brian might make a suggestion, please. He's the drafter of all this, hopefully.
And I appreciate the efforts of all councillors there. I mean, we're all trying to get the same outcome here, I think. I'm just not comfortable where it says to assist in the formation. I think if you move that to initial commitment by the Australian government of $5 million to assist, take out the words in formation, Darling Downs and Border Water Alliance, in brackets, or similar upon formation, or similar upon formation then. So after it's been formed, you'll assist them. Because I don't think the government would agree to providing money for the formation of an organisation, is what I'm saying.
It's fine. Yep.
We were.
We're getting better.
Okay. All right. So I think what we've got there, that Toowoomba Regional Council requests an initial commitment by the Australian Government of $5 million to assist the Darling Downs and Border Water Alliance or similar upon formation to undertake a feasibility study to develop new water resources working with the Queensland and New South Wales governments. And I'm close to moving a procedural motion here.
You're quite happy now, the rest of your motion, you're quite happy to delete it, and this is the new motion?
That's correct.
Anyone, I can assure you that the moment this meeting's over in wherever it might be, Warwick or Mulmerran, we will certainly be bringing it back. There will be work done by Vic Panisi, no doubt, to bring these people in from New South Wales. Tenterfield certainly in. So be assured, Councillor Cole, I'll definitely make sure that we are all on this journey. The motion before you, moved by Councillor Von Hoff and seconded by Councillor Summerfield. Toowoomba Regional Council requests an initial commitment by the Australian Government of $5 million to assist the Darling Downs and Border Water Alliance or similar upon formation to undertake a feasibility study to develop new water resources working with the Queensland and New South Wales Government. I think the long discussion we've had has got us to a pretty good point. So I'll put that motion. Those in favour? Those against? Anyone wishing to have their vote recorded?
Sorry, I didn't notice. Was there a split vote? Yes, I'll ask that that there's a division of the vote.
So let's take it again. Those in favour? Those against? Unanimous. Right, we might just have a very short break.
Wasn't?
Motion.
We've got a long way to go yet.
Just a motion to adjourn?
Someone like to move a motion? We adjourn for
3:15.
till 3:15. What's the time now?
3:01.
Right. Those in favour? McDonald, Shine. Those in favour? Carried.
Mark of the beast.
Yeah.
Just get on your back. Like a religious.
Councillors, at 3:15, we might resume the meeting. We have, before we go into confidential, we have 3 more matters to deal with, and they are under section 13. Any other business council determines by resolution to be included in the agenda papers. So, Councillor McMahon, when you come forward with your proposition, you will have to get the support of council by resolution to discuss the matter. So if you can, I'll hand over to you now.
So do I need to ask?
You'll move a motion that we discuss the proposal for an environment and ecotourism centre.
Okay.
You move that motion, you'll need a seconder, and we'll need to vote in favour of having that discussion.
I'd like to propose the motion that we discuss by resolution the idea of an environment and ecotourism centre in Toowoomba region.
Is there a second for the motion? Councillor O'Shea. Those in favour? Against? Okay, that's carried. Over to you, Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. The motion before you, councillors, is council consider funding a business case for an environment and ecotourism centre in the 2021 to 22 budget. Councillors, there was a motion distributed to you on Friday. This motion is the same thing but does differ in the words slightly, but the core of it is exactly the same. If I could bring you through the reasons for this motion. There remains significant community interest in educating our community on the environmental, outdoor, leisure, sustainability, Indigenous and ecotourism initiatives of our region. We're one of only a handful of councils in southeast Queensland that do not have an environment centre or similar. We have many tourists to this area, importantly but certainly not limited to Carnival of Flowers time. Travellers and regular citizens alike are keen to learn more about the amazing natural landscape features, endemic flora and fauna, waste and recycling initiatives, outdoor activities, and what we as a community are doing to enhance, protect and display these features. When talking of a community and ecotourism centre, environment and ecotourism centre, the Picnic Point Master Plan has an approved place for an environment centre and would be an ideal spot. However, the motion doesn't include a location because there are other options such as the Quarry Gardens on the table. The motion was birthed through several meetings with concerned community groups and individuals who wanted to highlight really how good the beauty of our region is, as well as what we're doing to protect it. So this meeting has followed process. It has meetings with the Mayor, concerned community groups, General Manager, Environment Community Services, and it has support. There is also some talk that isn't reflected in the motion, but can be done on collaboration with other regional councils, particularly our immediate neighbours who may not have this and may be looking to collaborate with us. So the motion is that we fund a business case or consider funding a business case in the 2021 budget. I'm happy to answer questions and welcome some discussion on this motion.
We seek a seconder for Councillor McMahon's motion. Councillor McDonald. Okay, Councillor McMahon, just as a preliminary comment, it may be better to ask for a information session in relation to it, I would have thought, as the first step, coming from our staff. But anyhow, over to you, Councillor Shine.
Just wondering what funding would be necessary. Any ideas on that at this stage?
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
What funding, how much would be required?
Oh, and I don't want to put a price tag on it, Councillor Shine. It's more just the business case to see if there is adequate need for it.
For the business case, how much funding would be for that?
No, I don't know.
Any other comments around the room? Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Through you, thank you, Councillor McMahon, for this. I would like to ask where there are examples of existing successful environmental and ecotourism centres to give me an idea of what this actually looks like in reality.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Von Hoff. through you, Chair, if I'm allowed to answer this. The best example probably is there's a great one at Redlands. It's called Indigiscapes. It's about 30 hectares of site, and it has a cafe, a theatre, and a whole bunch of endemic, walks and trails on property that of local fauna and flora. Logan has the Karawatha Forest Discovery Centre. Moreton Bay has the Moreton Bay Environment and Education Centre. Probably our best example closer to home is in Queen's Park in Ipswich, where they have the Queen's Park Environment Centre. And just having a browse of their website, some of the ideas that they promote and display to the community are ideas to reduce and reuse waste, how to do worm farms and compost, where to explore parks and bushland and horse trails, waterways and their importance in the Ipswich region, and some of the endemic ecosystems that they have down there. So this isn't a visitor information centre, nor is it a museum. We both have both of those things and they work well. This is a environment centre that seeks to highlight what it is we have and the beauty that our region holds in this part, and really educating our local citizens on the best way to display and...
Councillor Megan.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I wonder, to your suggestion about having it come through the staff and the have a report in terms of, I don't know at this stage whether we can get GM Nick to comment on it. It's kind of just so out of left field, and in terms of a strategy and in the park strategy and all of that, where it, it's kind of boom, out of nowhere, sort of. And I mean, lots of people in the community have suggestions about what they think is a good thing. I just don't know that we think all of them are part of that they fit into a long-term plan.
I think ever since I've been in Toowoomba, there's been comments around the place that Picnic Point's an ideal place for a tourism information centre as well as the environmental centre, and I totally agree with that. But my personal view is that there's a journey that we need to go on, and one is to be fully informed before we go talking about budget. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with you, and I agree with all the sentiments here. And our community do have great ideas, and you don't necessarily just bring them to council. But I thank Councillor McMahon for bringing them here. I think that if we did, it could be we need to plan it. We need to, I think, Picnic Point, we'd have the Indigenous involved as well, but I think it needs to be something that's staged. This could be as big or as small. We need to have an information session on it, and a bit of even business cases can cost over $1 million. So, I mean, you really can't just pull something out of the air, and I think it needs to be planned properly if we're going to have it. And have look at, either staged or what sort of a form that might take. I've been to quite a few places, even down in Brunswick in Melbourne, where the community gardens are part of that landscape down there. But I think, true, that we need to have a bit of a feasibility study in our department here before, and come as an information session, and then perhaps go from there. I don't know. But I do think I'm not prepared to make a decision on it here today.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Sorry, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Could I have the GM Nick make a comment, please?
And then I'll go to Councillor Carl after that.
Thank you. And in response to the question, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, an environment centre has been identified in our Picnic Point master plan, which was adopted by council in 2018, I think. And so some sort of need's been identified and a location identified also. I guess in terms of overall priorities, it's probably still in the minds of staff a couple of years away, but a business case is the very first place to start, and we all know that once undertaking business cases, it can still be some time before capital funding comes for construction of the project. So been involved in conversations with Councillor McMahon around this, and and I agree that if we're to put it on the table, the first step is a business case, and I guess it's at council's discretion as to the timing of when we'd commence that business case.
You don't think there'd be a preliminary step to that in terms of just running a fair few things past this group to see if they really think it's appropriate to go forward? A preliminary discussion?
Yeah, we could certainly do that, Mr Mayor, and, you know, a business case would examine options available to us. I mean, what is an environment centre and what does it mean and what does it do? And we heard Councillor McMahon run through some examples of what other councils do, and they all sound very different. So we could be any one of those or a combination of, and we wouldn't determine that scope without undertaking the appropriate level of consultation, both with yourselves and other interested stakeholders. So that would certainly need to happen. If you're thinking of an information session, we could certainly put something together and come back to council and give some indication about what that might look like. I'm not sure that we'd achieve a whole lot more than what you'll achieve through your conversation today. I guess we'll put, if this proposed motion gets support, we would make a budget submission. It would be at council's discretion at budget time as to whether the project becomes a project to undertake a business case even.
Okay, Councillor Carl, then Councillor McDonald, then Councillor McMahon.
Yeah, Chair, I agree with you. I think it's appropriate for the new council to be refreshed on what the environmental strategy, parks environment strategy at that level. Let's do a refresher on that, see how that's positioned, and as the GM has alluded to, how it's prioritised, something in the centre. And I do clearly recall that that is part of the strategy, but I think for the benefit of everyone around the room, we revisit that in an information session, and then maybe the motion could read that officers then subject to an update on the strategy, that officers go away and prepare a report around a potential business case, because we may decide we might want to boot it down the road, or we might say, yep, this is good, we want to push on with it. But I think that decision where we decide that will obviously be at the committee meetings, but I think to be properly informed about where it's positioned in our strategies would be the first step, and then the officers prepare a report.
Councillor McDonald, you had your hand up before.
Yeah, I'll just very quickly, I guess that's maybe Councillor McMahon's intention, to keep it as broad as being simply consider, because by its very nature, and the General Manager's mentioned to that, it would need some level of business case to even become something that can be considered. And within that, the feedback from councillors would be pretty important. So I actually think this covers it off. It's whether we say now, this gives the organisation, gives the General Manager, if this is voted in, to say, yes, this is something this council is worth investigating in, and then we'll go through the process of an information session and business case through to the budget process. So I do think that covers off on it, or we don't do anything at all in here, because if you say in there, following an information session, consider funding a business case will include the consultation with council, will include an information session, and would include a business case from the General Manager or the department to council for that assessment. And it needs to go through the priority processes as all do. This is a decision that council could make to just consider funding a business case, and that's all it is.
So you'd think that
I think it covers
inbuilt into that resolution that it's actually covered the information session first, and moving forward, I'd have a bit of a preference for that, it being quite specific. But Councillor McMahon?
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and I welcome the comments. And this was an adoption 3 or 4 of the original motion that wasn't specific, and has moved away from that for the deliberate point that this is not turning soil, this is consider the business case. And when we talk about process and priority, this is the first step, where in next year's budget, we're considering the business case, whether council wants to adopt the need for a business case. This is not build the thing tomorrow. I also note there are some comments around, we have our priority, we have our list of budgets. This is, my job as a councillor is getting it on the list for consideration in due course. So I welcome the need that this isn't out of left field. This is endorsed on the master plan. It's had all the relevant stakeholders give their initial support to, and And I stress that this is, and we're not going out to turn soil tomorrow, but we're doing it, we're following process, and we're getting this on the books where it needs to be for due consideration at the appropriate time.
I guess the point for council to consider is, are they happy that this, the wording of this resolution, this motion, in fact covers that journey? Councillor Summerfield?
I just seek clarification, and the way I read that motion is that council consider funding a business case in the 2021-22 budget. So next financial year, we will consider funding a business case. Is that correct?
Well, it looks to me.
Business case.
It's not a BR, it's the next budget.
21-22, which is next financial year, we will consider funding a business case.
Consider, isn't it? Consider.
Nothing might happen at all.
Is consider a powerful enough word to stage the whole thing through in what I feel is the appropriate way?
Well, if I could just follow up, Mr Mayor, I think that if we were to accept this today, it would mean that, and I think Councillor Jeff mentioned that before, it would then go through the priority in the 21-22 budget. And if it drops off in the 21-22 budget, then it drops off.
And
Councillor Carroll?
Mr Mayor, I agree with that because we don't know what is going to, with COVID and other things, we have no idea what the pressures might be on that budget, so I think it's appropriate that it be left like that.
Just left like that as it stands now?
Yep.
Okay. Councillor Cole, and then I'll get Councillor McMahon to sum up, unless there's someone wishing to speak against.
Would it not be appropriate to be a stage of what I'd call procurement before we do a business case even, and that is, let's ask the community what they think. They've given us some feedback around the Picnic Point master planning exercise. I think it'd be good for us to go back to the community and revisit that if we're going to go, you know, before we consider. The other entity, what about the Environmental and Advisory Committee that's just been formed or being formed? They would be interested stakeholders, I'm sure. So before we go headlong jumping into considering a business case or not, we need a level of procurement to feed into that to help form, along with council, some of the parameters of what that might look like as far as a business case, i.e. what the building might even look like. What is it about? What does it contain? What don't we want? All those sorts of things. So I just think probably a step prior to that.
Any other comments around the room?
Happy to go to debate if we need to.
Happy to go to the vote. Well, Councillor McMahon, would you wish to sum up, please?
Thank you, Chair, and I welcome the feedback around this. Look, in regards to Councillor Bill's comment, I'd be totally happy if the Environmental Advisory Committee wanted to have input in what we put in there and how that works, but I don't think we're at that step yet. We're not talking about what goes inside it as yet. We're at considering the business case. I suppose this is my way of saying I'd like it to be put on the books for the next budget, and if we have another COVID round 2 and we can't deliver it, that's fine, we'll kick it down. But this is a motion that seeks to put something that could be really exciting for our community back on the books in the appropriate way. And I look at the vision for this and what other local councils do with their environment centre, something that really defines our region. Spending some time on our visitor information centre during Carnival, people far and wide, they want to know what we've got here, and it's not this is what our region offers, this is how good our natural resources are, our bike trails, our horse trails. Koala mapping could be something that's looked at in there, as well as our endemic flora and fauna. What we're doing around weed, vegetation management, recycling programs, the whole work. So the future really is bright with this initiative, and I commend the motion to you, and I thank you for the debate.
Thank you. That closes the debate. I'll put that to the vote. The motion is before you that council consider funding a business case for an environment and ecotourism centre in the 2021-22 annual budget. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is carried. Move then to the next motion, Councillor McDonald, in respect to voting on council's preferred 2 local government representatives to the Southern Queensland Country Tourism Board. Would you seek the consent of council, please, to deal with this matter?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. That in accordance with Council's 2.74 Standing Orders Policy permission be granted to consider at this meeting Council's voting on its preferred 2 local government representatives to the Southern Queensland Country Tourism Board. This will have to be discussed in confidential session. Do I need to read the reasons why, Wendy, below that? It is to be held in a closed meeting in accordance with section 254J3G, negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government for which a public decision would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government of Local Government Regulations 2012.
Okay, so that's the motion we're dealing with right now.
That's the first motion.
First motion that we deal with it is a second. Have we a seconder? Councillor Von Hoff. Any discussion? Those in favour? That's carried. The second motion is that be dealt with in confidential session.
Okay. Did I do 2 in 1, did I?
You'll do another one.
Okay. Do another motion. So it's been moved by Councillor McDonald. Do I have a seconder, please?
So this second
That's
motion is about moving it to confidential.
Yep.
Right? Okay.
That is putting it into confidential, so it's been done with now. When we go into confidential, we revisit it.
Okay.
I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? That is carried. The third motion is item 13.3. Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. 13.3 is that in accordance with Council's 2.74 Standing Orders Policy, permission be granted to consider at this meeting the extension of reduction of lease payment for the Empire Theatre.
Councillor McDonald has moved that. Do I have a seconder, please? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Those in favour? That's carried. So, Councillor McDonald.
So, the second motion is in regard to this also being confidential, and this matter be deferred to the last item on the agenda so that a discussion may be held in a closed meeting in accordance with section 254J3G, negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government of Local Government Regulation 2012.
Councillor McDonald has moved that. A seconder, please. Councillor Von Hoff. Those in favour of moving that into confidential? That is carried. Right. Close the meeting for the public. Where are the words for that?
We're up to confidential.
Okay, councillors, we move now to this meeting being closed to the public in accordance with section 254J3 of the Local Government Regulation to consider a number of items. Would someone like to move accordingly, please? Councillor Carroll. Seconder, please. Councillor Megan. Those in favour? Carried. is carried. Right. We go back to, do you want to do them in any particular order?
Just do it in the normal order.
We've got the
Just do it in the normal order.
normal order.
Want to put them up, Wendy?
The first one was the unallocated water release tender submission. The motion is that the council endorse the tender application program for unallocated water. Okay, you're comfortable with that? Do I have a mover? Do I not have a mover? Councillor McMahon has moved. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Carl. That we council endorse the tender application program for unallocated Great Artesian Basin water and provide budget in the capital program in Budget Review 2 if the tender is successful. Those wishing to vote in favour? Those against? Motion is carried.
Vote recorded, please, Mr Mayor.
Vote recorded.
Councillor.
Who else wishes to have their vote recorded?
It's the last one.
Anyone else wishing to have their vote recorded? Voting against that?
Doesn't really worry me too much.
Doesn't worry you? Councillor Melissa? And who else voted against?
Rebecca, Nancy, Melissa and Jeff.
Okay.
So recorded division or just those?
Is that a division or just against?
Just again.
Same thing, really.
Which way do you want it? Division or just want it recorded as having voted against?
You just wanted it recorded voting against, didn't you? That's all.
Comfortable with that? Righto, that motion's carried. Next motion, please. The next motion is that right?
That's it.
CEO's report, which is only council note, the Chief Executive Officer's advice or report. Those in favour?
I move it.
Move it. Move it.
Happy to move that.
Oh,
Long day.
Carol's moved it, and I'll take Megan. She's been ignored for a while. You've seconded that, Megan. Those in favour?
On the flanks, we get left out.
Nobody against that, so no need for recording a division.
Raw water trunk main.
This is the raw water trunk mains. That council endorsed the current position of disconnecting raw water services when ownership of the property changes and the property has an alternate water connection supplied by council. That a council report be presented to the Wastewater Committee reviewing raw water charges for water connections direct to trunk mains.
You say Councillor Von Hoff said she's not voting?
Councillor Von Hoff has indicated that she
Not voting.
is not voting.
That's right.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor McDonald, Councillor Carl. Take the vote. Those in favour? Anybody against? Councillor McMahon, do you wish to have your vote recorded? Councillor McMahon's voted against. The motion's carried.
Just question, do we in fact have to have a division on that? Because
Yes.
Councillor Von Hoff's indicated.
Yeah, she's recorded.
Yeah.
Tim was the only one against.
Yep. Councillor Von Hoff's vote has been noted there, that she's not voting, and Tim has been noted as voting against it. Right. Council's preferred two local government representatives to the South Queensland Country Tourism Board. That the Mayor submit the completed nomination form for two local government representatives for the South Queensland Country Tourism Board in accordance with the direction provided in the closed meeting. Wow, that's sidestepping it. Do I have a mover?
Happy to move.
Councillor McDonald, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Carol Taylor. Those in favour? Anyone against? Wish to have your vote recorded? That motion is carried. Move then to the extension of reduction in lease payments for the Empire Theatre. The motion is that Council approve a 50% reduction in lease payable for the Empire Theatre for a further 2-month period from the 1st of November 2020 till the 31st of December 2020. Do I have a mover? Councillor Shine and Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? That's carried. Without dissent? Good. Final motion?
That's it.
That's it.
That's it. Done, Paul.
Well done.
Yep.
Keep going.
Righto. Well, it's been a very long day, and I guess the thought comes to one's mind that with the length of these meetings, should there be 2 meetings a month? So I'll just leave you with that thought. That I'm not specifically saying there should or shouldn't be, but these are, in my career in local government, these are particularly long meetings. Particularly long.
Mr Mayor, they're not long compared to what I used to experience. 9 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night.
And
Rose Nest.
Same's happening in Maranoa right now. They have theirs go to 9 and 10 o'clock at night.
We've done that at Cambodia, depending on what was on.
Righto. I hear you. I'm going home.
I think probably, just in answer to that, we probably shouldn't schedule anything